Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here, holding it down. Midday on Texas Sports Unfiltered, 2 to 4. Tell your friends and enemies, make sure they got alarms set in their phone to go off every weekday at 2 o'clock to remind you to come hang out with your boys. You know what I'm saying? It is a terrific Tuesday, December 16th, T-minus 9 days to Christmas. I just keep saying that so that everybody, it sinks in eventually. If you got stuff to do to, make it happen, because we are closing in. Zay, the right call, Collier, the best basketball official in the history of Central Texas. He is thinking very seriously about getting back into the game because he's got them skills and he can't just let them sit on the bench.
Kind of you to say those words. How you doing, everybody? Happy Tuesday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Good.
Kind of you say those words. You heard the stories Drew told us last week. Our great guest, Drew Fabianich, executive director, senior bowl chairman, all that good stuff. I'm telling you, getting back out there, it's not a smart move.
It's not?
It's not for me. I'm not everybody. I get PTSD. I see guys get hurt every day. I get it. People get hurt every day, B. But I can't look at that and then look at my physique and where I am as an athlete or lack thereof, and just put myself in that type of danger. There's just
danger.
Yeah, every time a quick steal happens as a ref, that's quick change of direction. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to turn around and you got to go the opposite end of the court. In that movement, I feel my Achilles right now saying, Zay, you even thinking about it woke me up. You know what I'm saying? That's not a good feeling. I always be thinking about my body instead of thinking about what's most important at the time, which is the game that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how Dick Bavetta and all them old heads did it back in the day. Now, the pace was a lot slower. Nowadays, Dick Bavetta, he wouldn't last in this age of the NBA. And that's why a lot of those older refs that started officiating in this era, they really got left behind because there's just so much up and down. You look at the science into it. Big reason why a lot of guys are getting hurt nowadays because they're just running so many more miles every season than they did during the Bird, Magic, Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal era. So with the era being as fast-paced as it is, it sounds good on paper. On paper, it sounds good for your boy to get back out there on the court, give it my all and do something that I do very well, which is call a damn good basketball game as an official.
Yeah.
But the body chip, I can't do it. I can't do it. And that's okay. I've come to terms with that.
Don't say can't, because if you put in the time and the effort and the energy, you would be back to your prime in no time.
Okay. All right.
I feel it.
You know what? That's
Tell
big
me.
of you to say. And Phillip Rivers also gives me a little life too. That's my guy. That Michael, you're right. Rivers wasn't moving very well. The stats weren't crazy, but threw for a touchdown. Steichen put him in such a crappy situation. He had to throw a pick at the end of the game just because they were desperate. I wouldn't put that on Philip.
Yeah.
So maybe. But
And
I need that motivation.
He's got the start again this week.
The move.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good move. Who else they gonna start?
I mean,
like, what would you call him for?
What about my man Riley Leonard?
So what? Riley ain't ready. Riley ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
Ain't ready.
Yeah, Riley ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
Riley ain't ready.
You know what I'm saying? Philip knew where everybody was when he came back. That ball was coming out of his hands quick. There might have been one pass over 15 yards that I saw through the air, which that's tough to keep up. But I think Philip, week 2, San Francisco, be ready, because y'all going to keep sleeping on that underneath stuff, and then Philip's going to hit you, bow, right over the top, and you ain't going to see what coming. Phillips got something. That was just a warm-up week. Seattle, that was just a warm-up week. Now, week 2, a little more acclimated. All them emotions are out. There was a lot of emotion in that game. You know what I mean? He was crying at the podium and stuff. There was a lot. All that stuff, it's over with. Now it's strictly football. The Texans on your tail. The Jags, they trying to take the division. So everybody's locked in. I'm sure Carly Ursay Gordon gave a hell of a speech this week to the team, motivational speech, just to keep everybody understanding that the main thing is still the main thing. Win the division and make some noise in the playoffs. The AFC, I have no idea what's going on there. I'm sorry, Denver. Shout out to Sean Payton. Shout out to Bo Nix. I got to see it to believe it. Because let's say, just watching Aaron Rodgers and them yesterday, I know Miami's not good, but Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. So if we don't pay attention to the season and we just look at names and we say Aaron Rodgers versus Bo Nix, I know the better team, but we're just talking about quarterbacks here. I know Bo Nix is playing a hell of a season. Terrific year 2. Good for him. He's definitely making the case for all those starts that he had in college now benefiting him now that he's in the National Football League. They want you to have 30 or more starts. Bo Nix, he got like 50 of them things. He played a lot of football. He looks ready. He's playing like he's ready. But Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. Like, I don't care. He made some throws yesterday, threading the needle again. His mind for the game, forcing penalties on the other team because he always, sees 12 on the field, guys chopping to that sideline. Ball already snapped, brother. Laundry comes out. Rodgers throwing it to no one. He chunks it to no one, but he knows that flag's coming. He does that like once a year. I swear. It's always in a big moment. Like, just outsmarting guys. AFC, I have no faith in the AFC.
Yeah, the culture toast. I mean, that's simple as that.
What is
Texans. You can't talk me off my Texans.
Your Texans.
My Texans. I declared them Super Bowl worthy 3 weeks ago. We got a Post-it note. As of December 9th, Houston Texans will be in the Super Bowl. Book it. I'm taking those odds right now. But I see we got some smart aleckies. Not CB, the world's greatest producer in the history of radio. But Holly, I'm assuming this is in reference to the story that I wrote last night, saying Arch Manning will be back as the quarterback for the Texas Longhorns in 2026.
Yeah, I saw the folks were getting after you pretty rough on Twitters.
Yeah, because they all are haters. They thought Manning was so bad. What else was he going to do? They weren't paying attention to the last 5 games when my man accounted for 16 touchdowns. I'm only giving him 1 interception. He has 2, but one of them went right through the hands of Parker Livingston at Mississippi State. So I'm only putting 1 of those 2 turnovers in the final 5 games on Arch Manning. So I see you, funny person, Holly. And that's good. That's good. Because I did slap a breaking tag on there because I wanted people to pay attention. And guess what? They paid attention.
I got him.
I got you. You paid attention.
Got him, huh?
So even if you came back with some snappy comment, where else was he going to go? Hey, if Arch Manning declared for the draft, guess where he'd go? First round.
First round.
Because the pro scouts saw him, saw that upticks. They see that pocket presence. They see that ability to slide, step up, keep his eyes downfield, take a shot right as he's delivering that pigskin. Arch is he's starting to get some of those Bo Nix calluses, starting to get some of that,
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, you gotta be in the fire. You gotta smell that charcoal. Get some of those, blisters on you. It hurts. You gotta go through the pain and then come up and look like a guy who wants to keep going. And probably the best quote I heard from Arch all year was when I asked him about his resolve. And he said, when you're a quarterback, you've got to be the most confident guy on the field. And that's how I'm going to carry myself. No matter what, that's never going to change. And look, at the beginning of the year, I don't know that he was carrying himself like the most confident guy. But the fact that he can say that now shows you he's got that confidence. That confidence tank is full. And look, he's going to have some challenges. His defense is going to be without some personnel. He might have to. Listen, I'm excited to see the young guys. Don't get me wrong. But no Anthony Hill, no Liona Lefau. I'm like, couldn't you keep Liona Lefau in the fold?
He wanted too much.
We couldn't even work out the Cheez-It Bowl. Portal doesn't open until January 2nd. 2 days after the Cheez-It Bowl. But yeah. So I'm excited. But listen, Arch Manning, he showed he can carry a team. Because look at the Arkansas game. Arkansas they were scoring. Was that 52-37?
Yeah.
Texas defense giving up 37? And Arch was like, no problem. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Right down the field, touchdown. He caught a touchdown in that game. So, yeah, I think that's welcome news for all the folks on the 40 acres. It was expected because Arch Manning has been very deliberate in his college experience. He knew he played at little private Isidore Newman in New Orleans, that he was going to have to come to a program, get, up to speed, playing against guys his own size. Remember, his brother, Hyde, was his center. Arch towers over Hyde, and Hyde was his center. So, yeah. And I like the way Arch is doing it. I like the whole family. They're being patient. There's no rush. Arch needs that experience. He needs more. He needs another 12 games at least. He's got 14. He'll have 15 after the bowl. He'll, God willing, have 27 starts at least by the end of the regular season in 2026. And now you're getting in that neighborhood, that 30 start neighborhood, 30 starts in college. The NFL's like, yeah, you've seen some stuff. You've seen some different defenses. You're starting to know what you're looking at. And then it all just speeds up. About Mach 5 once you get to the league.
Yeah. Yeah. Think about, if you're in a coma for 5 months, and think about the hype that's coming with Arch Manning in July and about how he'd be the number 1 pick in the 2026 draft. Then you wake up from your coma, you look at your article, Chip, and I don't think that's going to be a hater. That's going to be a guy that's like, oh, yeah, this is what was supposed to happen. But clearly it didn't. And you see a lot of guys that were in that class with Arch Manning coming out of high school. Where they at now? All different schools. Nico Ilimaliava, Tennessee to UCLA. Dante Moore, UCLA to Oregon. Jackson Arnold goes from Oklahoma to Auburn, and he's about to go to another place. Malachi Nelson went from SC to Boise State to freaking UTEP. Arch Manning, he's still at the same school he signed with in 2023. That means something. I know a lot of folks said, well, no one leaves Texas. Ask Leona Lefau that shit. No one leaves Texas. Yeah, people leave Texas, all right. So I ain't trying to hear it. You're right. They are patient. They're saying everything that they said from jump. When Grandpops said what he wasn't supposed to say, but everybody knew, like, no, Arch coming back. And then Arch played it cool, like, yeah, he apologized. I don't know why when Grandpa said that, but hey, I'm just trying to focus on football anyway. I ain't paying attention to the outside noise. But we knew how this was going to go. And I don't think the family's really surprised that Arch struggled early because they knew this offensive line was going to be up and down. And early, they were way more down than they were up, which affected everything else. Ryan Wingo wasn't as good as he was supposed to be this year. Emmett Mosley not being healthy early on set this team back. I really don't know why DeAndre Moore is entering the draft, if that's solidified or not. I don't understand that. I don't think he's put up enough film. Like, Jordan Whittington had to go. He didn't have any eligibility left. I know that's a comparison we all make, but he didn't have no eligibility left, and he's grinded his ass off to stay on the LA Rams, and he might get a Super Bowl because of all that grinding that he did with the way they looking. I don't think DeAndre Moore is that yet. So it's very odd that he's leaving, but I wish him the best. I hope it all works out for him. Hope he proves me wrong. But yeah, man, like everything wasn't peaches and roses this season for Arch Manning, and he stuck with it. He didn't bitch about his horrible offensive line. He was getting lit up every single game, taking shots. I don't know how he didn't get hurt. For real.
Right.
I really don't know how he didn't get hurt. I know he was concussed, but he came back. I saw Jaden Daniels get concussed earlier this year. That fool was out for like 3 weeks.
Arch was back 6 days later.
Yeah, CJ Stroud, he got concussed earlier. He was back for out for 3 weeks. Arch was back, ready to go, not missing any reps. The respect that he earned from his teammates, man. He's done everything the right way. So 2026, the hype makes sense. 2025, hell no, it didn't make no sense. But he's earned the hype now. He's earned that. All the Heisman talks, first round talks, he's earned that.
And he can justify it if they put some talent around him. On the offensive line, you got to bring in, you're going to have to do some work in the portal. And that's why I think we're, Connor Robertson's like, hey, what's going on? And I mean, it's all happening. These next 2 weeks, you're going to see, everything get compressed. Texas, everybody's trying to line up what they're going to get right now in the portal. Like, you're not going to hear about it, but it's all happening.
Yeah.
And agents, Brandon Harris is like this. Hello? Yep. Okay. Oh, yep. All right.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. And if they can get this offensive line looking like what Quinn Ewers had, or better, well then, yeah, you're really going to see Arch Manning come to life, because that guy got rocked. He got rocked against Florida. He got rocked against Kentucky. And that was weird. Like, Sark stuck with that vertical passing game way too long.
Way too long.
Got him in trouble. Lost him the game against Florida. So he comes out with the quick passing game against OU. It was perfect. Roll the pocket. We saw Arch throwing while moving to his right, while moving to his left, and hitting the target. And you're like, okay, okay. He's got that Colt McCoy ability. He might be more accurate outside the pocket than he is inside the pocket at times, because we also saw him, miss a couple of layups, as Steve Sarkisian calls it, sometimes when he doesn't set his feet and leaves that open stance and kind of slings it, and it misses the target. But he's a guy who learned so much this year. He learned pain and suffering. After getting rocked like he did against Florida, he got humiliated with that New York Times headline. Arch Manning, the first flop in college football. Like, at that time, you weren't sure which way Arch was going to go, because it had been up and down. He just got smashed, and you didn't know what the hell was going on with the offensive line. Like, I just remember walking out of the swamp going, they cannot put that offensive line back out on the field. And sure enough, they did against OU, and the guys all rallied. Arch was on fire in that game. He was bobbing his head and pointing at the OU fans. He was feeling it, and he put that golden hat on and could not have been happier. And then the next week, they went off to Kentucky, and he was missing Jack Endries all alone.
That was tough.
We're a guy within 10 yards of Jack Endries, and you're like, oh God, I thought we were past that. And then Mississippi State happened, and that fourth quarter, that was his first fourth quarter comeback. He had a third quarter comeback against OU. He was down 6-3. Played a brilliant third quarter against OU, probably the best third quarter of the season until the A&M game, and played great. But against Mississippi State, down 17 to a team that hadn't won an SEC game in 2.5 years, you're going to be the slump buster for Mississippi State? No. Arch Manning said no. And he came to life. If Ryan Wingo would have held on to a couple footballs, that comeback would have been accelerated a little bit. And with the help of that fourth down roughing the passer call and Ryan Niblett returning a punt for a touchdown, but he did it. And then he gets knocked out of the game in the first play of overtime. He's in the medical tent when Matt Caldwell hits that 10-yard fade ball to Emmett Mosley. But like you said, Zay, we're all like, he's in protocol. He's not, not looking, okay, Thursday. Well, if he can practice Thursday, he can probably play. And then boom, he goes out there and he absolutely destroys Vanderbilt. 34-10 in the fourth quarter. Arch was on fire. 328 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He totally outplayed Pavia until Pete Kwiatkowski started playing patty cake and let Pavia rebuild his resume there at the end. But yeah, Arch is a different dude.
If Vanderbilt beats Texas that day, Diego Pavia is the Heisman winner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, all of his Heisman moments were coming in DKR.
Right?
It was 4th and 20. Ooh, first down. 67-yard touchdown. Oh boy. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah.
That was rough. Because then it was 34-31, and you're like, what did you just do, Texas? You completely dominated this game for 3 quarters, and now it looks like you barely survived. I mean, yeah,
Steve Sarkisian, there were moments where made some big mistakes, man, because you mentioned, why are you running a vertical passing game with this personnel so late into the season? Why wasn't that established in camp? Because we heard Dan Neal come on our show and said he watched practice before the season started. He was like, his offensive line, this ain't it. So if Dan Neal's out here seeing it, he ain't there every practice. Sark, you're there every practice. So why? That's what's so confusing.
Dan was pissed.
He was hot.
I've never seen Dan Neal more upset after a game than after that Florida game. He came on with us and he was like, I was so pissed. I could hardly talk because, like, what are they doing out there? What is this offensive line? What's happening? And he obviously didn't like what he was seeing on both sides of the ball because Texas's defense got run on for the first time, really. And it wasn't, they weren't ready. They got ambushed. They thought Florida was dead man walking, which always happens. It's like, when a person's dying, they sundown and they, like, their whole life starts passing before them and they're like up out of their bed. It's like they can, run like the wind for 5 minutes. It all comes back to them. And then, and that's what Florida did. Florida, they put it all together and then they went back to being dead. But yeah, Dan was pissed and was like, who did the evaluation? He was pissed about the offensive line. There's got to be better than this. For a team that's been to the playoff semifinals 2 years in a row, this is the offensive line? And they're not connected, and they're not working together, and they're not, combo blocking. They're not pinching down. Your first rule as an offensive lineman is if there's a free rusher, you close the A gap, the gap closest to the quarterback. And they're letting guys run right through there. Arch is getting clocked. Yeah, it was a mess. And so it wasn't all on Arch. Kind of like we were talking about with Chad Scott. Like, that running game wasn't, that worst running game since 1944 wasn't all on Chad Scott by any stretch. It was on that offensive line. It was on Steve Sarkisian, Kyle Flood. What? You see these guys every day in practice.
Yeah, but even then, okay, after Arch gets clobbered the first 3 times, I'll give him 3. I feel like after 2, you should start adjusting then, but let's just say 3 to give him the benefit of the doubt. After he gets blown the hell up the 3rd time because you're throwing a 30-yard post route, maybe we should reel it back.
And your average time in the pocket was 3+ seconds. 3.3 seconds when everyone else is getting it out in 2.7.
Yeah. Like that should have happened earlier. It should have happened earlier. And then you thought after OU, all right, we're going to see this for the rest of the year. Oh, wait. Kentucky, let's go back to it. Let's try it again.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Let's go back. Let's go back to it, which that's mad disrespect to Mark Stoops, who's no longer there anymore. Will Stein, we'll see what he can do. But that's just Sark telling me I completely disrespect Mark Stoops, and we're just going to go in and do whatever we want. Who cares who we have? I'm going to call whatever plays I want to because I think it's going to work against their personnel, even though our offensive line won't be able to hold up, because that's all I saw. So it got better. It got better. They made the Connor Robinson and Cole Hudson move, which, again, should have happened a long time ago before it happened. But at least it happened. At least it happened. At least it happened. At least we saw them try to make an adjustment. But going back to the 10 million, that 10 million tells me them adjustments should have been made way before you get to that point. Sorry, that's just the rules. You didn't have to accept that 10 million. Sorry, remember we talked about this shit. He didn't have to say that. He could have been like, I'm good with 7. Let's spread it out. Nah, Sark said, let me get that 10. L'Oreal need a new pair of shoes. I got a baby on the way. You know what I'm saying? L'Oreal likes to go to Europe all the time. You know, let me get that 10, which I get it. I get it. Make all the paper you can, man. Life is short. But also, if you're going to make that paper, I got to see the results. And 2025, it just wasn't it.
It was the beginning. It was the beginning. It was the beginning. Now we got to see what it can look like with a full set of tools. Felt like Texas was trying to repair an electrical circuit with nothing but a roll of masking tape.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this, because I see all these predictions coming in for the college football playoff. And a lot of people are picking Texas Tech to get to the finals, to beat Indiana. And here's my thing. This is when teams that can run the ball and play defense, can run the ball and stop the run, are usually the teams that fare well in the playoffs. Might be a reason Texas didn't get past Ohio State and Travion Henderson in that defense. But the best rushing team of the 12-team playoff is Indiana. Like, everyone talks about Fernando Mendoza and Cooper and, the tight end. But Indiana's averaging 221 yards rushing per game. I like Indiana to get to the final against Georgia. What do you think?
I mean, yeah. Indiana, they're number one for a reason. The fact that they beat Ohio State, even though it was kind of an ugly game, they deserve to be where they are. So I don't think they're favored because they are Indiana still. People still don't respect the logo. And Kurt Signetti, that's beautiful bulletin board material, even though being in the college football playoff, you shouldn't need any. And I like Hemley, man. Like, that dude, he runs hard. They got multiple guys that could come in and run the hell out of the football, and it keeps them balanced to where Mendoza doesn't have to put up the crazy numbers that we saw from Joe Burrow and Caleb Williams and Bryce Young, previous Heisman quarterbacks that threw up buku stats, and a lot of reason why people are saying this was a down year for the award. But it's because this team is balanced. They don't have to necessarily lean on their quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner, to win them every game. But when he needs to make big throws, he's done that. And that's why they're in the position they are. And their defense, very stingy too. So I think that game is a pick 'em. I think Texas Tech is really good, and they're hitting the stride, and they're together, and Joey McGuire's done a hell of a job. And look, say what you want about Cody Campbell, man, but that's the name of the game. Like, it's Wild Wild West out here. So if you bringing in that Skrilla and you got more paper than so-and-so school over there, and they bitching because they can't win or get to the point, sorry, this is what the rules are. Texas Tech has taken advantage of the rules, and we've seen in basketball, softball, and now football, they're enjoying the fruits of their labor. So I can't knock it, even though it sucks as a Texas fan to see them. I still got Tech homies that are thriving right now, and it's good to see my Tech homies happy. But yeah, that's one of them games. If it happens, Indiana versus Texas Tech, that's for sure must-see TV.
Well, and forgive me, Sunbelt, forgive me, James Madison, because the number 1 rushing team left in the playoff is James Madison.
Oh, man, that don't count.
They're averaging 245.8 yards per game on the ground, 5.56 yards per carry. What percentage chance do you give James Madison to beat Oregon?
The Westlake Pop Warner team could take James Madison into overtime right now.
That's so disrespectful.
I mean, what you want me to say?
Well,
what are we doing?
I mean,
what are we doing?
I mean, I'm just telling you, they're the number 1. They're the number 5 rushing team in FBS. FBS. And, Oregon got paddled by Indiana. Indiana went out to Altstadt Stadium and said, "Excuse me while I whip this out." And Oregon was like, "Ugh." I have not felt Oregon all year. I think, look, Tulane, I love me some Jake Retzlaff. I love that he nicknamed himself BY Jew. And then it all went to hell with BYU. But Jake Retzlaff, he can't do it by himself against Ole Miss. And,
No, it's a bad game for Tulane because Ole Miss, they want to prove to everyone we don't need that scumbag Benedict Arnold that went down to Baton Rouge. That's how they're going to be looking at it, as they should. They should feel betrayed. They should feel screwed over because that's exactly what happened. Now, are some of those guys being tampered with as we speak that are going to be playing in that game, that are going to join Lane Kiffin in Baton Rouge for 2026?
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Lane Kiffin wouldn't be a good coach if he didn't try to tamper with some of those guys. Like, he built a relationship with them. At least he should have. At least I would hope a head coach would build some type of relationship with guys, even though you might have the same motive as Lane Kiffin, which isn't great. But still, there's going to be guys that are going to be like, oh, with the NIL money, who knows how many players on that Ole Miss team is from the boot. But yeah, as of now, Golding, that's easy. Just let those guys play, prove to the world that they deserve to be there. Everybody's counting them out because, again, their head coach screwed them over. And see if you can make a run. Like Trinidad Chambliss. See if you can make some noise, bro.
Ferris State. You kidding me? Ferris State? That's up in northern Michigan, where they play hockey more than football. But kudos to Lane Kiffin for finding him, because there is talent everywhere.
Everywhere, man.
Kurt Warner played at Northern Iowa.
Yeah.
Northern Iowa. Remember, you know who Northern Iowa's famous for?
No.
That point guard, Farouk Manesh. Remember that kid, Farouk Manesh? Hit a couple of big.
Iowa in the last second shot on Texas in the tournament.
Yeah.
That was rough.
Oh, that was rough.
That was rough.
That was rough. That was so rough.
That was Shocker, right?
Oh, God, yeah. Well, yeah. That was Shaka. Shaka. Never won an NCAA. What did he win? No.
No, he never
won an NCAA tournament game.
Never.
In Texas. He's here 6 years.
Yo, and I think Marquette is horrible this year, too.
Oh.
I think they're horrible this year. They are 5-6. They've lost 2 straight. So, hey, this is what Shaka does, y'all. Marquette, he's going to come in with a lot of momentum. Marquette was excited that, he's one of ours. He's from Milwaukee, the area and stuff. All right. Y'all go see.
Hey.
Look what's happening.
That was one of the all-time, get fired upward situations because he was out. And good for him. Good for Shaka. I was rough on Shaka because Shaka he was trying to figure it out as he went. He abandoned Havoc because he had big men. He inherited Prince eBay and then he had Mo Bamba, Jared Allen. I mean, he never had played with 7-footers. He always had 6'9" guys. Every one of his players on that Final Four team were 6'7", great length, great athleticism. Tallest guy was 6'9". They could all break you down, hit the three. Incredibly athletic VCU team. That was a play-in game team.
Good grief.
That made it all the way to the Final Four. It was Anthony Grant's team. Shaka took it over.
Yeah.
But then when he came to Texas, he's like trying to play half-court basketball. And then, with a big man, and he didn't know how to do that or hadn't done it, and it was awful.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, why would you get out of what got you there in the first place? Like, why?
Because Jared Allen was an Austin kid, and, he wanted to.
He goes to St. Stephen's. Why didn't anybody put Shaka on game that he's not going to fit what you do? He goes to say, no offense to Jared Allen. He's a terrific pro, terrific player. But what Shaka does well, I'm sorry, Jared Allen, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit.
No.
So, I would have told him, look, guys, sorry, but y'all wanted me here. I have to recruit my type of player. And again, they were forcing his hand. They were saying, make him your type of player. That's what happened. That pressure, you can't let 5 stars get out of the town. I understand that, but I don't understand it enough to where it cost me my gig. Hell no. No, absolutely not. It's not going to cost me my job to make somebody happy that ain't in the trenches with us when we're trying to fight for our goals, which is to win a championship. You prove to those guys, hey, you're giving me the job for a reason. Let me prove to you that my style works. When my style, after I try it, when it doesn't work, then I'll listen to you. I'll listen to y'all on who I should recruit. But till then, nah, get out of my gym. But Shaka ain't have that backbone. He ain't have that.
Oh, no, he did not.
Which is sad, man. It's tough.
Poor Shaka. I mean, he had never, he was suddenly in the same conference with Bill Self. And we know Bill Self was working the angles and getting the players. He was working in the gray, shall we say. But you got to work in the gray in basketball.
A little bit, yeah.
Meanwhile, Shaka reels in Mo Bamba, and Mo Bamba had taken the money from Kentucky and then didn't deliver. And so Kentucky's like, hey, you need to expose your brother. And so he's down there in that pool at that apartment in San Marcos. I'm down here in my pool in San Marcos.
San Marcos, baby.
And my brother got paid to go to Texas.
Wow.
And a day later, the NCAA was like, yeah, there's nothing to see here. Yeah. I mean, it was hilarious. It was I wish I could find that Facebook because it was like a Kentucky Facebook page that released the video of Mo Bamba's brother talking about how Mo Bamba took money to go to Texas. I mean, it was unbelievable, surreal. But anyway, Shaka didn't know what he was doing. He'd never been in with the Sharks. He'd been up there at VCU where guys were bitter that they didn't get scholarship offers from Maryland and Virginia. But by God, they were good. They're tough as nails from that, bad news, Virginia. Yeah. Virginia Beach.
Some
tough
of the
dudes.
best hoopers, man. Some of the best hoopers are in that area. Durant, Carmelo, Iverson. Some of the best hoopers you're going to find come from that area.
Yeah. That's why VCU's always been a good job.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of talent right in there.
Yeah. You can just walk down the street and go see guys hooping at the park and be like, oh, okay, he could go start for me. 4 years. Just hooping at the park. What were your old stats in high school? 8 and 8 will take you. It'll work.
Hey,
you just gotta be.
This is how hard it is to find that video. CB, Chris Bennett, world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Couldn't find it. It's like
he can't find it. It is gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. If CB can't find it, that thing is really gone. Because I remember we were talking about this.
Oh my God. It is. I mean, he's like, you got this brother on a beach chair or poolside lounge chair. I'm sitting here at my apartment pool in San Marcos talking about how Texas paid for it. Texas pays for this apartment. Texas paying my brother.
No, bro. Texas ain't pay for none of that. Just lying.
Oh, but it was vintage. I mean, I was talking to AAU people who were like, oh yeah, Kentucky was paying the brother, thinking the brother was going to be able to deliver Mo Bamba, but there was this like mentor that Mo Bamba had that ended up being the guy you had to have, and Texas had that guy. So Texas got Mo Bamba. Kentucky's like, dude, we'll give you $300,000 as a down payment.
That ain't nothing.
And we don't have any return on investment.
No, that old boy spent the hell out of that quick. New York brother.
Oh,
New York brother. Yeah, that money.
Probably by the end of the day in San Marcos.
Oh, yeah. That got sent back to the homies in Harlem. Yeah, that didn't really go too far. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's some good.
That's hilarious. Yeah, but Shaka Marquette, horrible this year. Remember, they lost first round last year in the tournament.
Always. Remember when they had Tyler Kolek?
Yeah.
That team was loaded. They had a couple of big dudes. They had Tyler Kolek who could hit the three, break it down. That team was like, they beat everybody that year. They were a 2 seed.
Yeah.
And
Shaka tournament time. Expectations. VCU had no expectations. It was fun. We ain't supposed to be here. We're having a good time. But when them expectations come about, where the fan base expects you to advance in March every year, you got to be able to deliver. And Shaka couldn't do it. And now, and going back home's not always the best thing. Him being a Milwaukee guy, because now he comfortable. He comfortable. He and Mama collard greens every other night. You know what I'm saying? Going to the old spots, seeing the old friends.
Well, here's the $1 million question, because Marquette, that's all they got is basketball. We all know, they went to the Final Four with
D-Wade.
Dwayne Wade.
Man.
Who's the coach then? Tom Crean? Who was that?
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah.
Crean. Yeah.
And so how much rope, how much leash does Shaka have? Because Marquette's serious about his basketball now.
Yeah.
We can't be 5 and 6.
Yeah.
We can't be doing that. No, sir.
Big East ain't even the Big East no more. Like, it's Dan Hurley and everybody else. St. John's, they cool, I guess. Rick Pitino's done a decent job, even though they lost a little early for my taste last year in the tournament of how good they were. But still, it's not like, you're coaching against John Thompson and Jim Calhoun or anything like that. Jim Boeheim. Come on, Shaka. I want to root for Shaka, man. I don't want Shaka to struggle like this.
Right. Shaka's a good dude.
Yeah, sweet man.
Shaka's a good dude. He just you can't come to Texas in any coaching job and be trying to figure it out as you go. You got to come in here with a way of life. You got to know exactly who you are, exactly how you do things, exactly how you recruit, so that every assistant knows exactly what their job is and deliver. Like Vic Schaefer. Vic Schaefer, he's going to do it full court, 40 minutes of hell. He's going to find those athletes that are two-way players. We're going to turn people over. We're going to run our offense. And you come play for me, you're going to be a WNBA player. It's no questions asked. Shaka, it was like, we got Mo Bamba.
We got Jared Allen.
Remember when they had Tevin Mack? Tevin Mack was crazy. Tevin Mack was like getting into fights within his own team.
Yeah.
Then one day they're cussing him in practice and he spits on the floor. And one of the assistant coaches is like, hey, go get a towel and clean that up. You're putting your teammates at risk. And he's like, F you. And then Shaka's like, hey. And Tevin Mack was like, F you too. And that was it. Tevin Mack was gone. And he was a big time guy.
Yeah.
He was a total cancer in that locker room. Who was the other kid that they had who was like super nice, super quiet, and kind of a scorer? He's probably I can see him. It was like number 12. Guard.
Chicago?
Huh? No.
Oh, okay.
He was just super athletic. He wasn't super skilled. He was
God. I know
Anyway.
exactly what you're talking about.
That team was just oh boy. Anyway. Yeah, Roach. Thank you. Kerwin Roach. Good. There he is. CB coming through again.
That was a tough.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough team to watch.
That was a tough time.
That was tough. Jared Allen, that team was like 6-22.
Horrible.
And I guarantee you talk to Jared Allen, you're like, what do you remember about that 6-22 team? He'd probably be like, I blacked it all out.
Yeah.
I don't remember a thing. Yeah, that was awful. All right.
He still showed flashes to be such a high lottery pick, which kudos to him because it's worked out. Like, he's had a really good career, and he's gotten some pretty big contracts. And every big man would love to have a player like Jared Allen.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I did a little more research real quick just to come back on this. When Indiana played Ohio State in the Big Ten championship, Indiana won the game 13-10. Ohio State ran it 26 times for 58 yards. 2.2 yards per carry. Indiana can play some defense now. I think people are sleeping on Indiana.
How you gonna sleep on the number one team in the nation?
Well, everyone, I'm just seeing all these Texas Tech picks. And Texas Tech beat up on the Big 12. And the Big 12 was not good this year. Not good. Sam Levitt's like, get me out of here. And
yeah, he waiting. Sam Levitt, he's waiting for everything to shake up because Sam Levitt's the top quarterback right now. Everybody.
Yeah, he's going to get John Mateer money.
Yeah.
He's going to get John Mateer money.
Oh, I think he got that at Arizona State, to be honest.
No, they got him, well, maybe going into this past year. If his agent is any good after going to the college football playoff, yeah, he should have gotten a nice big raise. And if it wasn't, he's going for that raise right now. Because that's the guy that Hugh Freeze needed. Not Jackson Arnold, not Peyton Thorne. Hugh Freeze bet on the wrong quarterbacks and lost. Sam Levitt, that dude can play. That dude's a better version of John Mateer. He's more accurate. He's got the quicks. Yeah, and CB's mentioning how Levitt burned all the bridges down the way, and Kenny Dillingham's been nothing but high road. Thanking Sam Levitt for everything.
What bridges he burn? What did he do?
He just kind of couldn't wait to get out of there.
Yeah, it's not fun. They're not winning. Like, the heart and soul left and is in New York now. And when he was the heart and soul of the Giants before he got hurt. That was Cam Scatterboo. Like, it ain't fun no more without crazy-ass Scatterboo in the locker room. That's just real. That dude, his spirit, it's infectious, man. I didn't see it before. I was kind of a hater at one point, but then I was like, yo, this guy, he's just different. Like, he's a weird guy, but weird in a beautiful way. Like, it's kind of relatable. A D-bag friend, kind of like Cam Scatterboo, but he's your homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vibe he gets, but he's gonna play his ass off. Once Scatterboo left, nobody was able to, fill in that spirit.
So Arizona State fans got upset because Sam Levitt was a captain. He didn't go to the football banquet and just, kind of made an unannounced exit. But
what does he need to go to send me my award?
Right.
Like, what? This is Arizona State, man. See, like,
how fans are.
Yeah, I do. But some of these fans, man, they got to be more realistic.
It's like as soon as Liona Lefau, as soon as word gets out, he's headed to the portal, everyone's like, yeah.
Yeah, everybody like, he ain't that good anyway. I saw somebody go at DeAndre Moore on here. Who was that? Naaman? I think that was you, Naaman. You my guy. I love you, bro. But you went at DeAndre Moore once we started talking about him leaving and say, we don't need him, Zay. Jermaine Bishop's on his way, which I'm with it. If Jermaine Bishop that dude, then cool. But yeah, when guys leave, they love them when you're here, hate you when you're gone. And
DeAndre Moore is a pro. Like, he's a good route runner. He's a leader. He's going to do the right things. He takes care of his body. He's early. He's on time. He does the right thing. He's a pro. And I think he was frustrated this year. Ryan Wingo was the number one guy. Wingo's kind of a happy-go-lucky guy. And, doesn't have that edge maybe that you want to see in a number one, that I own you edge. And so, when you're not getting the targets, DeAndre Moore, I think, was third behind Parker Livingston targets. Emmett Mosley was like closing in on him.
It's tough.
It's tough. And then DeAndre Moore had a big drop in the Georgia game. Couple of them.
Yeah.
And normally he doesn't do that. So it was a weird year, really weird year, bad year.
But I get that he acts like a pro, but is he good enough to be a pro? And you're right, Chip. That's a good point that you just made. The dude had number one wide receiver aspirations. Like, when they were asking him before the season started, hey, what are your goals set for this year? Biletnikoff. I want to break the touchdown record.
Biletnikoff.
Jordan Shipley, I'm coming for you. I want to break the yards record. He ain't get close to that. So if
he wanted the
out here
touchdowns,
saying
he wanted
that-
the touchdowns record.
okay, cool. But if he's
Shipley had
saying all
13
that,
touchdowns.
yeah, if he's saying all that, he's expecting wide receiver 1 treatment. And he's out here getting wide receiver 3 treatment. So, yeah, I get being frustrated. And you look at that Ryan Wingo, who at times looked like he doesn't want to be a wide receiver 1, yet he's getting wide receiver 1 treatment. I'd be salty too. But for the NFL, I don't know if I'd be that salty. Maybe another team, but clearly DeAndre Moore is betting on himself. His camp is betting on him. He clearly has a lot of yes men around that are telling him this is a great idea. I don't know what his mock draft is. I haven't heard anybody really talking about that. Mel Kiper Jr., any of those folks. But I wish him the best. I really do. I want to be proven wrong by DeAndre Moore. Like, I don't want to be right about this. I don't want to see him struggle. But I have to give y'all my honest opinion because that's what the job requires. And my honest opinion about DeAndre Moore is I don't think he's NFL ready yet.
Yeah. Well, here's the targets. So Ryan Wingo got 87 targets, caught 50 passes. That's a 57.5% connection rate. DeAndre Moore got 49 targets and caught 38. Had the best connection rate of any of the wideouts at 77.6 and had 4 touchdown catches. Ryan Wingo had 7. And, DeAndre Moore is probably like, if I got 87 targets, I sure would have had more than 50 catches.
Right.
But, you look at the dropsies. Wingo had 7 drops, but Moore had 3. Emmett Mosley had 0. Yeah. Emmett Mosley had 43 targets, so he was right behind DeAndre Moore. And Parker Livingston had 38 targets. So DeAndre Moore was the second most targeted. Then Emmett Mosley. And look, Mosley's going to play the slot or can. He can play anywhere. So if you think Jermaine Bishop is that good, and I love Jermaine Bishop, don't get me wrong. He's got that total football player vibe that I love. Jordan Whittington plays offense, defense, loves the game. He's not, he's not Travis Hunter, but no one's Travis Hunter. But he's probably the closest thing since Jay Witt. Okay. If Jermaine Bishop is a burner, he needs to be outside. He needs to be Xavier Worthy. Worthy didn't like lining up in the slot and going across the middle, and he had a little peekaboo.
Pretty boy.
Come
on, pretty boy. Go across that middle. We need that first down, man. How bad you want it? I don't care if you're 165 pounds. How bad you want it?
Yeah. Come on. Show us what you got.
Yeah. The Jermaine Bishop thing, I am not going to let y'all convince me that this guy is ready here in year 1. I just can't do that. Like, I saw Khalil Lockett have great high school tape too. I saw Jamie French have great high school tape too. Same with Michael Terry, same with Dalen McCutcheon. And I'm not trying to knock Jermaine Bishop. I just throwing him in that Xavier Worthy category for freshman year volume and production. I don't think that's fair to Jermaine Bishop. Let him ease into it. You know what I'm saying? Because they were saying the same thing about Terry, Lockett, French. They were saying the same thing about those guys. These guys are going to come in, and we weren't even talking about Parker Livingston that much. Like,
right.
We were talking about him battling with these guys. As Parker Livingston, like, we weren't talking about the guy.
He got opportunity because of the injuries DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo were both limited in the spring. And Parker Livingston said, I'll take those reps. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like, that was opportunities for Terry, French, McCutcheon, who capitalized as much as he could, but we saw after Emmett Mosley came back, Dalen McCutcheon wasn't needed no more. But yeah, the Jermaine Bishop thing is I get it. Texas fans, be excited. Be excited. That's beautiful. Like, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. I just don't want to get caught up into thinking this dude, Jermaine Bishop's going to come in year one and catch 75 passes for 950 yards and 8 touchdowns. I'm slowing my roll on, that train a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, Worthy came in, was electric as a freshman. Lived up to all the hype. And you're like, oh man, this is Sark's first real wide receiver recruit. And this kid is tearing it up. He was spectacular as a freshman. And yeah, we got to go slow.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to talk about this for a second because Chuck Ninus is one of the godfathers of modern day college football. So Chuck Ninus, when the 1984 lawsuit where Georgia and Oklahoma sued to basically say that each school should have its own broadcast rights and not the NCAA, and they won at the Supreme Court level. Chuck Ninus was the man driving that. And Chuck Ninus ended up being the Kaiser Sose, the World Wide West of college football. When someone needed a coach, they would call Chuck Ninus. Who do you think, Chuck? Who do you think? And Chuck recommended Mac Brown to Texas. Chuck Ninus was a guy who could have been the college football commissioner, but, he led a good life. I think he was in his 90s when he passed today. And that's the guy that college football needs right now. And a lot of people are saying it's Nick Saban. That Nick Saban, because of all of his tentacles, all of the people he knows, all the respect that he carries, that, Nick Saban needs to be the guy either acting as college football commissioner or, being on the board or hand-picking the college football commissioner. So, yeah, Chuck Ninus, I talked to that guy. Every time I talked to him, I felt like I just gained some piece of knowledge that I couldn't believe because of all of his connections, stories. Not a lot of people listening to the show right now are like, who the hell is Chip talking about right now? But Chuck Ninus, he was the man. I mean, everybody went to him to find out who their next coach should be. He was as important to college football over the last 50 years as anybody. Maybe Saban now because he's won 7 national championships, but like if you talk to all the insiders, all the athletic directors, they'll all say Chuck Ninus. Yeah. From 84, when they got the rights to their own broadcast, or they, schools got the right to have their own broadcast rights. That was Chuck Ninus. So RIP Chuck Ninus. That guy was awesome. Yeah. Absolutely awesome. Yeah.
RIP Chuck, man.
Yeah. Yeah, not a surprise here. Drew Mestamaker entering the portal. Everybody thinks he's going to Oklahoma State with Eric Morris. So Drew Mestamaker won the Burlsworth Trophy, which goes to the best former walk-on. He beat out Michael Taft for that award. because he threw for crazy yards. This was like Eric Morris was a receiver for Mike Leach in the air raid when they were throwing for crazy yards with Graham Harrell, and Leach was like, we're throwing for 600 yards today. And that North Texas offense is about as close to what Leach was running at Tech as I've seen, because everyone's added different wrinkles to it. Lincoln Riley had that counter tray, that power running game to go with the air raid concepts. And that counter tray was such a revelation development, because it's, you're pulling guys. It can make the defense, hesitate for a second. And that gives those receivers just that split second to get open. I remember Sean Adams would always be like, how the hell is CeeDee Lamb getting so wide open? And it was because of that counter tray, man. But Mike Leach was never going to do stuff like that. Mike Leach wanted huge offensive linemen with wide splits, like, 2 feet in between each guy, so that your best pass rusher was going to be a mile from the quarterback. Your 7 technique was going to be 4 yards further away from the quarterback than a offense with tight splits, because Leach was like, I can get that ball out of my quarterback's hands by the time that 7 technique even thinks about getting close to my quarterback. And it worked for a while. And then old John Haycock at Iowa State came up with that 3-8 cloud and started slowing the air raid concepts down. And now I haven't even checked to see, is John Haycock, I would imagine he's going to Penn State with Matt Campbell.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because that guy's the kind of the godfather of that 3-8 cloud to slow down all those spread passing offenses. Big Sal in New York says, hey, what's the weather like up there in New York, Sal? That's the winter wonderland. Y'all down here in Texas hear that Christmas song, walking in a winter wonderland, and everybody's like, yeah, we don't walk in a winter wonderland down here, not unless there's a big old storm that comes down, swoops down from the Rockies, which happens.
Yeah.
What do we have? 4 or 5 years ago, we had like snow.
No, remind me. That was some dark days, man. Back at the station. Oh, Lord. Ask BK about that. Yeah, ask BK about that. I'm trying to think who on the TSU team was there. Bucky wasn't there. I don't think so. Yeah, I think it was just me and BK. But
you sleep in that other studio with the couches, right?
Yep, that's where I was.
I had my kids in there one time because I was a single dad. And I'm like, hey, kids, you don't have school tomorrow. I got to do the radio show. We're going to spend the night at the radio station. And we had like a slumber party over there.
Yeah. And
then Tiger was on the radio with me. And I was like, trying to make small talk with him. He was 10. I'm like, you got a girlfriend? He's like, Dad, get in my life. And people to this day are like, Chip, get in my life.
Get in my life, huh?
Yeah.
That's fun times, man. I'm not going to lie. Now, it was dark then, but now I look back at it. Yes, those restrooms were disgusting. They were disgusting. It was rough. Yeah.
Oh.
But there's levels though. There's a lot of restrooms and a lot of stuff going on. But
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
All right. How about your Stillers? You went 3-1.
There we go. There we go, Pittsburgh.
What do you go, Zay?
I'm telling you, man. I wouldn't want to face them in the playoffs. I'm not saying they're going to win it. I'm not saying they're going to win it. But quarterback.
What you saying? What you mean?
Quarterback play is a big deal. Like, you got your Texans. If CJ Stroud could give him a little bit more, he looked good against the Cardinals, but it's the Cardinals. If CJ Stroud can keep coming along, feel great about your Texans. Bills, they got Josh Allen. Justin Herbert, he's good, but I'm still iffy about him.
I know, because he's never done it.
Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers, man. Aaron Rodgers is taking a little bit. He looked good yesterday. And Kenneth Gainwell's a really good pickup.
Yeah, Kenneth Gainwell's been. I think
I dropped his ass off.
I dropped him from my fantasy team like a year ago.
Yeah, you might want to pick him back up because he's been balling. And I think Mike McDaniel's contemplating playing Quinn Ewers. I mean, what do you got to lose?
What you got to lose?
Tua's out there just dinking and dunking around. Tua, and it was cold yesterday. Tua, he ain't pushing that ball down the field.
He's from Hawaii.
Yeah, he's from Hawaii. Like, he can't do that. So, yeah, it was easy for Pittsburgh. They just kept everything in front of them and were making tackles. Like, Tua just doesn't have much to him when it comes to November and December when it gets cold. That's just what it is. He's proven that year in, year out. They don't have Tyreek Hill either. So, yeah, Mike McDaniel, if I was him, I'd answer Steve Sarkisian's call and go live in Austin next year and just see if you could steal some money helping out Texas Longhorns, because this is it for Mike McDaniel. It's been a cool run. It was fun. It was fun. He came in. He was different. They're like, look at this quirky, nerdy, Silicon Valley looking dude out here being one of the best, brightest offensive minds in the league. Excuse me. And that seemed like forever ago, because now it seemed like he lost his team, lost his confidence. He's not as funny with the media. You remember he was funny with the media. He was cool. Now he just looks run down and sad. It's sad. That's the gig.
I mean, they got some tools. Devin A. Chan, I like him. He can run it. He can catch it. You got Jalen Waddle. You got Darren Waller is a big tight end target.
That crazy MFer.
Yeah.
That dude's insane. And I don't trust him because he did my girl Kelsey Plum wrong. I don't trust him at all. I can't stand him. That's not good to say. But the way he did Kelsey
Plum, one of Zay's girls, man.
Kelsey Plum, man. The way he did her, she was head over heels for him. Head over heels. She went on that podcast with Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes. They asked her about it. The smile that she got on her face, man. How happy she was at the beginning. And Darren Waller just crapped all over it. Crapped all over the relationship and marriage. And now Kelsey Plum, now she's free, do her own thing, been killing in the W. But yeah, Darren Waller, then he tried to play victim. Come on, bro. We ain't buying that. We ain't buying that. I knew he was no good. I knew he was no good when I saw the neck tattoo. And I'm not saying everyone with a neck tattoo is a bad person, but there's certain brothers out here, certain pretty brothers like Darren Waller, because he's pretty, so he's trying to cover up the pretty with the neck tattoos for folks to think that he's tough. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I'm hard out here. Don't mess with me, even though I'm a light-skinned brother. Nah, we see it. We see you no good there.
I didn't realize Adam Thielen is on the Steelers now.
She's collecting the check.
They got Valdez Scantling. I mean, they got some up in their years dudes, but it's pretty much just Freiermuth and Metcalf and Kenneth Gainwell until
they got your boy Washington, old big ass tight end.
Oh yeah, from Georgia.
That dude, every time he catches the ball, at least 7 guys have to get him on the ground. At least, man. He is a monster.
Right. And I get that Freiermuth has been there. He's done it. He's put it in the books. Great tight end. But can I get some more touches for Darnell Washington?
Yeah.
That dude's 6'7", and he carries people down the field.
Yo, he got to be 285.
Yeah.
He has to be. It's like, they say he's like 265. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that, man. That brother's at least 286 on a good day. Like, I'm sure.
He looks like a left tackle.
Yeah.
He looks like a left tackle.
Yeah.
He's even
like,
kind of got.
I know he'd be asking for extra fries on the sandwich because that's what they do in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah, from Manti Brothers.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. They put the fries on the sub.
Right in the sandwich.
I know he asks for extra fries every time he go in.
Oh, you know it. Oh, yeah.
The works, the extra fries. That dude, I like him. And the fact that he was tight end too after Brock Bowers, damn you, Kirby Smart.
Yeah,
damn,
we might need to get him some more touches.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers loves him because why wouldn't you? Like,
yeah,
that's the biggest target ever. I could throw it, clearly just overthrow him. And like, those big old mitts, his catch radius, it's impressive. So they got Jalen Ramsey. The TJ Watt thing hurts. That's a killer. Like, I'd feel a lot better if the TJ Watt thing didn't happen, but it is what it is. Injuries happen in football. But Jalen Ramsey looks good. They're going to be a tough out. Depending on whatever their matchup is, I would not want to play that team, especially if I'm one of these New England, Denver, unproven. Tomlin's proven.
Well, Pittsburgh needs to win that division so that they get a home game against one of these, like if either the Jaguars or the Texans, whoever doesn't win, the South would be going up there, or the Chargers. Those teams would be the ones on the road in Pittsburgh, and I'll take my chances. I like the Steelers against the Chargers. I thought the Chargers would be better. I mean, they're good, 10-4.
They're good. Darwin James is so cold.
Yeah.
God, he's good. He's everywhere. Jim Harbaugh lets him do whatever the hell he wants, as he should. Like, there's certain players out there. Caleb Downs, he'll be one of those players when he enters the league. Like, there are certain safeties. Again, I just mentioned Jalen Ramsey. That was a good move by Mike Tomlin. He's not playing normal corner like he did most of his career. That's made him a perennial Pro Bowler. He's now playing more of a safety spot where he could just roam around and make plays. And Darwin James, that's what he does for that Chargers defense. And
let me ask you this. The Ravens, so the Steelers are 8-6. The Ravens are 7-7. The Ravens just beat the Bengals in Cincinnati 24-0. My man, Joe Burrow.
Depressed, man.
Depressed. But the Ravens play the Patriots, at the Packers, and at the Steelers.
0-3.
Okay. The Steelers, on the other hand, their final 3 games are at the Lions, at the Browns, and home against the Ravens.
2-1. They lose to your Lions.
Okay, all right.
They got the Browns. They got the Ravens. yeah. You like that?
I need the Packers to collapse. That is the Lions' only way in. The Packers have to collapse. And their final 3 games are at the Bears. I need the Bears to beat the Packers. How about that?
Yeah, sad. You in dark.
Yeah.
Times. man.
Real sad. Then they play the Ravens in Green Bay, and then they're at the Vikings. What's their record? Final three.
Oh, that's looking 2-1-ish.
You think they could beat the Ravens?
Hell yeah, I think they can beat the Ravens. Lamar, something's wrong with Lamar, man. I don't know maybe the injuries. He just doesn't look. Talk about depressed too. Like, he doesn't look like he's playing with that love of the game, man. I think it's getting to him that he understands what do you have left to accomplish besides winning the Super Bowl. So once that sets in, once you've won MVPs and Player of the Year awards, because they have those now, Offensive Player of the Year awards, and this, that, and the third, and now only people are just ranking the rest of your career on how much hardware you bring in, and they're always going to compare you to Patrick Mahomes because that's the era that you're playing in, just like they compared Peyton Manning to Tom Brady. And you're not close to that. Like, he's playing like there's a lot of pressure. And last year, Mark Andrews took a lot of life out of the whole franchise by not catching that 2-point conversion. It's in your hands, fam. It's in your hands. 2-point conversion. We tied the game. Overtime. Anything could happen. You drop it.
I hate that. Because it's like the Lions 2 years ago in the NFC Championship game. I can tell you, it's like Texas against Ohio State last year, the semifinal. Terrible call on the screen. Terrible red zone sequence for Sark.
Yeah.
And if those two things go in a different direction, Texas might be the national champion in 2024. That's how close they were. That team was ready to win it. They were. That was a national championship team. Yeah. And you got to have it. You got to have it when it matters most. And Mark Andrews, that was tough.
That was brutal.
It's like Jackie Smith dropping the touchdown in the Super Bowl for the Cowboys against the Steelers. He's all alone. The ball lands in his hands. He's falling backwards. It's on his stomach, and he can't corral it.
Can't do it.
I hate that. I hate, Bill Buckner, all these moments where, that guy would have.
Oh, yeah. Sal, you remember this one. Patrick Ewing missing the finger roll against the Pacers. Sal, remember that, Sal? He right there, right over the rim. He's made this 1,000 times. Oh. Pacers advance. Reggie Miller. I don't think that was that series, but still, anytime you Pacers win, you got to do the Reggie Miller. Yeah, that's sports. It giveth, it taketh.
It giveth,
whatever
it
the hell
taketh,
that
man.
saying is.
Oh, yeah. Giveth, it taketh.
Yeah, so that's yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, let's get a couple mentions, and then we'll get into the commentary. Hey, guys, this is a beautiful thing. I used to collect supplements. I was constantly in search of feeling the best I could feel. I was out playing pickleball last night. I'm still getting after it. And I have found my home with Humann with 2 N's. I'm going to show you these different little containers because I want you to get used to seeing them when you go to humannwith2ns.com/TSU and you get you some of these, because the great thing about Humann, they're, unique scientific based formulas, of course, born from research at the University of Texas Health Science Center, but it's supporting your body in new and important ways, like heart health, cardiovascular health, healthy blood sugar levels, healthy cholesterol levels. That's what it's all about. Metabolic health daily, going to help you with your blood sugar. And that's important stuff. You don't want to be getting adult onset diabetes. Cardiovascular health. It's going to help you with exactly what you would think. Blood pressure, blood flow, cholesterol. Look, we got to have healthy cholesterol levels. so that you're feeling good, enjoying your life, and performing at the max. You take those 3 with your Super Beats Heart Chews, which is going to help you with blood pressure support 2 times more than if just diet and exercise alone. And then, of course, the turmeric chews, which are anti-inflammation. The pain that we have after we work out, after we play sports, is from inflammation. And you take these turmeric chews every day. I take the Super Beats powder that all the Texas athletes take. I take it 30 minutes before I go out and work out because, look, the science-backed Beats formula from Humann is the #1 recommended formula by cardiologists. That's what it's all about. So go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. Get the Super Beats Heart Chews. Get the turmeric chews. Get the Super Beats powder, sports powder, if you're working out. And then make sure you get the cardiovascular, the metabolic, and the cholesterol. Take all those. That's all you need. That's all I need. Got you covered. And hey, how about for the gift of Christmas this Christmas? How about not snoring for the person sleeping next to you? Because if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping. That's horrifying because you don't even know that you're gasping for air because you're asleep. You don't want to be the person who goes to sleep and doesn't wake up when you could have avoided it. And here's the great thing. We have this great partnership with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin, located in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. Our guy, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is going to tell you exactly what's going on while you're asleep. If you have sleep apnea, it's going to tell you the level. And Dr. Chad has the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have. A mouth guard holds my lower jaw open, so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping, to surgery. You need the answers. Take care of yourself. We say it all the time. And do it for the person sleeping next to you. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And get over to Cover 3. I need some more reports in the comments about Sean Adams' prime rib sandwich. I want y'all to tell me how much you enjoyed it. The Parmesan fries, the Chop House burger. Texas Monthly calls one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. You got happy hour every day, 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays. You got the $7 social hour menu with the firecracker shrimp. I mean, it's high-end food without the high-end prices. And, oh, by the way, you can watch your favorite teams. But I love the vibe. And you walk into Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, great vibe. Great service. You'll love it. And how about really blowing your special someone away, or maybe just treating yourself to that big screen you've always wanted? And our man, Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations, makes it so easy. He's going to bring you the best price on whatever big screen you need, and it's going to be of the finest products, LG, you name it, Sonos surround sound. Hey, he's got you covered. All you got to do is call 255-8678. 255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. He can help you with, your man cave, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Just call 255-8678. All right. Look at this. Look at my man, Ike. Ike says the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich is off the charts. I love it. It's got the au jus and the horseradish. With those Parmesan fries, let's go. All right. Yeah, sorry, CW. I bring up the pain of that game because it was that close.
To Pete Kwiatkowski's defense, Travion Henderson's cold than the mother.
That's why you got to keep him bottled up right there at the line of scrimmage. Don't be letting him get that screen game going. That guy looked like he had 3 locomotives in front of him, those big offensive linemen. And then all the Texas guys are running, taking terrible angles because these offensive linemen are blocking them. It was a great call and a terrible call. Great call by Ohio State, terrible call by Pete Kwiatkowski. Sorry, I'm a broken record. I love what Kwiatkowski does. I love it. I just need him to trust his guys in those moments to go after the quarterback. Go after the quarterback. Play a normal down of defense. You got aggressive, physical guys. I mean, think about who was on that damn defense. Anthony Hill, Trey Moore, Ethan Burke, Colin Simmons. I mean, you had dudes. You don't need to be putting those guys, sending them backwards. All right, I'm done. All right, so for the chip shot today, I'm going to talk a little bit about this college football playoff because I'm fascinated. And one of the things I've been looking up is, as I mentioned a little earlier, who can run the ball, and who can stop the run. Who's got that physical ability at the line of scrimmage to shut down opposing running games. Now, if you're Oklahoma or Alabama, you ain't got no running game to shut down. Your running game is so bad that we don't even need to worry about it. Your quarterbacks are going to have to do all the running and all the slinging because I don't know who to pick in that game. Alabama's all beat up. Oklahoma has been getting by on that defense. But here's the thing, and this is why I think people are so high on Texas Tech. The number 1 run defense in FBS belongs to Joey McGuire and the Red Raiders. And you got Jacob Rodriguez and David Bailey. They are allowing 2.3 yards per carry, 68.5 yards per game rushing. And we can say, well, hell, man, that's the Big 12. They don't got no running games, but typically BYU, Utah, typically they try to run it. Now, Arizona State, not the same without Cam Scatterboot. Cincinnati tried to run it. But Texas Tech, you got to pay attention to that. 68.5 yards per game rushing. That's better than what Tavondre Sweat and our man, oh God. Help me out. The other defensive tackle.
Byron
Murphy. That's better than what they put out in 23. So you got to pay attention to that. Now, guess who the number 2 run defense is in the college football playoff? James Madison. Anyone giving them a chance against Oregon? I am. Is that crazy? Yeah, I'm giving them a chance against Oregon.
Wow. Okay. Good for you.
You think I'm crazy?
Huh?
What's the spread in that game? I'm taking JMU in the points. What? What you mean?
Their coach don't even want to be there. Their coach is gone, ain't he? Where's he at?
Okay, fine.
Is Billy Napier coaching?
What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying that's his job. That's the job. Billy Napier went from Louisiana to Florida to James Madison. Cute family photo, by the way.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, for one of my picks, I'm taking JMU plus 21 against Oregon. I'm just telling you.
All
right. All right. We straight?
We straight, man.
Here's the deal. Like, I look at this. Okay, Oklahoma is the home team against Alabama. Alabama's favored by 1.5. Who you like in that game?
I'm just going home field advantage, so I'll take OU.
Okay.
I don't really have us. They're both not playing well. I say that defense will make more plays. I know Jam Miller's coming back for Alabama, but yeah, that's just Oklahoma's at home. It's going to be rowdy for Alabama. Ty Simpson's hurt. You got back problems.
Yeah, our Mason Thomas is trying to get back for this game. They're saying he's showing encouraging signs.
What happened to him?
He's been hurt.
I know he's been hurt. I just write what happened to him.
He what was it? I thought it was a
Sooner Cowboys. What happened to our Mason Thomas? I know you listening. Joe hating ass.
Quad injury.
Oh yeah, that ain't
quad. The quadriceps.
Yep, you got to be careful.
Be careful. You don't want to be rupturing no quadriceps.
No.
You need that. That's the second biggest muscle in your body next to your gluteus maximus.
Which kudos to Brent Venables, man. Our Mason Thomas, he's a big time game changer. So for him to not be available and for that offense to be just completely out of whack, and they're still able to stop teams enough to win these games that have led them to a college football playoff, that's pretty impressive. And Brent Venables, he deserves a lot of credit, and so does the rest of his coaching staff for accomplishing this.
Friday night, 7:00 in Norman, Oklahoma.
I see the Miami fans, they mad as hell because the College Station prices are crazy for hotels, man.
Oh, you can't stay in College Station.
No, just y'all
go
stay
to Conroe.
Yeah, go to Bastrop. They got some nice hotels now at Bastrop.
Conroe, though, they got golf courses there if you want to.
Yeah, Conroe's cool.
Yeah.
Conroe's cool. Yeah, stay in Brenham. You know.
Yeah, after Texas couldn't get a meal at the Ramada Inn in College Station in 99.
Yeah, that was.
I drove up to the stadium. I'm seeing football players running across the street to Jack in the Box, going over to Wendy's, trying to get any kind of food they can get because they showed up. I was staying at the Ramada Inn, same hotel as Texas. And I went downstairs. I saw all the football players running out the door, trying to go get food. And I asked the person what was going on. I was like, oh, the guy who's supposed to prepare the food didn't show up. And then I go into the conference room where they were supposed to be eating. It was like dried cereal, no milk.
Damn, no milk.
I was like, ooh, I got me a scoop. I sat down, started writing about how they had no pregame meal at the Ramada Inn. Ramada Inn was not happy with me, but I was like, hey, Texas is not happy with you. Sounds to me like you said you were going to supply a big old meal for this football team, and something happened. Oh, shocker.
Shocker.
And Mac Brown never stayed at College Station again. He stayed in Conroe after that. So, all right. I'm just saying. I like A&M. I think I like A&M big over Miami. I just don't think Miami can hold up. It's 11 a.m. They're lucky as hell. Miami's lucky as hell that they got that 11 a.m. kick and not 7 o'clock at night. Because I'll say this, Kyle Field, with how like hulking that place is, against that darkened sky, all that concrete. It looks like the place is closing in on you. At 11 a.m., South Carolina went in there, got themselves a 30-3 lead.
That's right.
I don't know. I don't trust Carson Beck. I don't trust Mario Cristobal.
Yo, Carson Beck, last 3 games, been putting up numbers. So just keep that in mind. He's playing a lot better than he did against Louisville and your Mustangs. That's for sure.
All right.
That's stop that run. If Miami could stop the run, Marcel Reed, show me, baby. Show me you're the man. You going on Robert Griffin III show talking about you staying. That's really a no-duh situation. Like, yeah, we knew you were staying.
Well, last thing in this chip shot. Get this. How about this? The top 7 run defenses in college football. Texas Tech, James Madison, Indiana, Georgia, OU, Ohio State, Miami. All playoff teams. The top 7 run defenses in college football are all playoff teams. If you don't think stopping the run matters, there you go. Yeah. So that's what makes this weekend so interesting. People are like, you got some good defenses out here, man. So just keep that in mind as you're making your picks. If you think you're going to get by running the football, these defenses got something else to say about it. So you're probably going to have to throw it. You're probably going to have a quarterback who can make some plays down the field. And that's why everyone likes Julian Sayin and Fernando Mendoza. And maybe Carson Beck. Because I don't trust Marcel Reed. This is my problem. I like A&M because I don't trust Mario Cristobal, but when Marcel Reed has to throw the ball 10 yards down the field, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah.
He's good. Quick slants, screens.
And where's Colin Klein's head at?
Where's Colin Klein's head at?
Where's that?
Is he in Manhattan? Is he a power cat or is he a Aggie?
Oh, he'll always be wearing that purple. That purple's in him. That's in his blood. That's why he went back. He had to. He had no choice. He had no choice but to go back. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
This is like Cliff Kingsbury going to Tech.
Hell yeah.
Ready or not, it's happening.
It's happening. So, yeah, that's a lot. He's thinking about his players. He probably, let's say Marcel Reed gets lit up by a freshman or something at Miami. Man, that dude will look good in the purple for me next year.
Can you imagine Marcel Reed?
That plan looks good. You know, he thinking about recruiting and all that. You a head coach now, Colin.
Hey, you know who Colin Klein wants. He wants Sam Levitt, but I don't think Sam Levitt is going to stay in the Big 12.
Hell, not to go to Kansas State. Hell no.
He's been
Sam Levitt's flashy.
Yeah.
Sam Levitt's flashy.
I'm going to Miami.
Miami. That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say that, man. I was just about to say that. He flashy. Yeah, he's waiting for Carson Beck's ass to get up out of there. And then Mario Cristobal going to come calling, and Sam Levitt's going to answer that. Yes, he is a Miami type of dude. Yeah, great call. For sure. So, yeah, they already put out.
Who would you take? Who would you take? Would you take Sam Levitt or DJ Lagway?
Sam Levitt.
Okay.
Sam Levitt. Yeah, Lagway got too much. I don't know. Something about Lagway that just rubs me the wrong way. This is a weird year for him. And that's probably not fair. Florida had a lot of stuff going on. But, yeah, I think I'd take Levitt. So
Rex St. Charles thinks Levitt is going to LSU.
That's not a bad take, Rex.
I'd rather work with Lane Kiffin than Mario Cristobal.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's go. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK. If you're looking for a vehicle, it's almost Christmas time. Everybody's doing a lot of traveling. Don't let the car that you have not allow you to get somewhere that you want to be around family. It's a beautiful time of the year, and you want to get to across town or out of town to see family, but you can't because you're so worried about your car breaking down. Go to Covert BK so they can solve that problem. They're the best, man. If you don't want to take my word for how great Covert Bee Cave is, listen to these fine people of Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chips. Oh, man. You see some funny stuff on social media. So one of my favorite players of all time, who is now a coach, Warren Sapp, went viral on social media today. Oh, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, Hall of Fame, defensive tackle. Warren Sapp was the man. Now he's coaching Colorado, helping that defense and helping Prime. There was a tweet that went out today praising Texas football and praising the players and, just I don't know what the tweet said because it's no longer available. I can't find it because the comment that I'm about to get to that Warren Sapp made is no longer available. Someone deleted it, or he deleted it. But they're just praising Texas football and everything that comes with it because we all know, at least if you're a smart individual and you know your sports, when it comes to Texas football, pretty important. A lot of good players and tradition have come out of the Lone Star State when it comes to the pigskin. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't need to watch Friday Night Lights and Varsity Blues to get that.
Right.
So Warren Sapp commented, and this is a Florida guy. We know there's a rivalry between Texas and Florida on who reigns supreme on which state is better at football, from players to teams, colleges, pro teams, etc., etc. This fool, Warren Sapp, thought it was a good idea to comment that Texas is fake football. That's what he said. Remember, folks, he is on the defensive staff, coaching staff for Colorado, who, I don't know, plays 3 Texas teams in their conference or could play 3 Texas teams in their conference, which means it should be a hotbed for recruiting if you're Deion Sanders, if you're smart. But if it's trash, because that's what your coach is telling me. Your coach is telling me that the players that they get are clearly trash. I'm sure Prime has players on the current roster that are from the Lone Star State. So you're going at them. You're going at every future player that you try to get from Texas. You're basically saying that you're getting fake players because the football is fake, according to you, Warren Sapp. Dumb move, man. Dumb. Why would you do that?
Why?
You have to come out, and I don't know if he's issued an apology. You know how that goes. My man Diego Pavia had to apologize for going at Chip and the rest of the Heisman voters, saying F all you guys. I got my brothers with me. Which, Chip, you did not accept the apology yesterday. Your words were, it doesn't matter what Diego Pavia thinks or something of that nature. I don't know what you said. I'm paraphrasing. But you didn't accept the apology, but it ain't about that. We ain't talking about that right now. I'll digress a little bit. But Warren Sapp, man, you got to be smarter than this. If I'm Prime, I'm livid. I'm livid because, dude, we need those players that you're calling fake. We need to go to East Texas and go to the DFW area, down to the Gulf in Houston and the ATX. Like, there's way more players in Texas than there is Colorado. Sorry, that's just a fact. So it's weird that Warren Sapp got into this little battle because he's so prideful of Florida. We're so prideful, those Florida natives, that he thought it was appropriate to say something like this as a defensive coach for the Colorado Buffalo.
That's
better.
crazy.
That's
crazy. Colorado has to recruit Texas well to ever be successful. That's terrible.
That's how it's always been for them.
Yeah.
Like, it's been like that from jump. Like, it's never changed. They've always had to come down here just to get players, which makes sense. Like, the recruiting pitches, we go play teams that are close to home every single year.
Yeah, and when it's like when Tom Osborne got all mad at Nebraska and saying Texas is running the Big 12, let's get out of here. That was the worst thing Nebraska could do because they were playing games in Texas. They could recruit Texas and guys like Jamal Lord and some of their stud players from Texas that just dried up once they went to the Big 10.
Yeah.
You think a bunch of Texas kids want to go play games in Iowa and Champaign, Illinois?
Nope.
Outside in Minnesota? Madison, Wisconsin?
Hell no. Yeah. Yeah.
Hell
so
no.
I come on, Warren Sapp. And I love Warren Sapp, man. He's kind of crazy. Like, we knew that before this tweet. Like, we knew Warren Sapp was kind of out there, but you assume.
Okay, I got to throw this. I don't know. I don't want to hijack the right call.
No, go ahead.
But real quick, there is an interesting conspiracy theory brewing in Cleveland as it pertains to Shedeur Sanders because Kevin Stefanski's wife is the daughter of Tim McCarver, the reporter who Deion threw an ice bucket on during an interview because he hated Deion playing football and baseball. He was a baseball purist. He thought that Deion, was making a mockery of, baseball in October and blah, blah, blah. And so when all the rumblings happened that Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, wanted Shedeur Sanders, but Kevin Stefanski didn't, and he got Dylan Gabriel, but Jimmy Haslam wanted Shedeur. There was some thinking that maybe Kevin Stefanski's wife wasn't on board with Shedeur Sanders because Deion Sanders poured ice bucket on her dad's head during an interview after the NLCS. Anyway, just
that's my type of petty. I mean, Kevin Stefanski's dead wrong for how he's done the Shedeur Sanders situation. Like, I was trying not to play into that because I want to think high of coaches, that they wouldn't squander their own career because they hate a player so much. But when they were down 8, I forgot, it was a couple of weeks ago, like when they first started putting Shedeur in, and they scored. Shedeur throws a pretty ball in the end zone. Cool. Touchdown. Now we're down 2. And then they ran the Wildcat with Quinshon Judkins and took Shedeur Sanders out the game after he just completed the touchdown pass to put them within 2. That's when I was like, okay, this fool, it's personal. It's personal. And then they got different videos when Shedeur got his win and Kevin Stefanski wasn't giving them any praise. He was all about the team, but Shedeur wasn't really a part of it and stuff. And again, Shadeur's not a saint. He's made mistakes. He didn't handle the draft process well. Him doing the weird mute thing in the interview, that was odd. So he's not a saint either. But Kevin Stefanski, he's handled this horribly. And if his wife is out here wearing the pants and stuff, whatever. I love my wife too, but come on. Like, you're doing these players a disservice just because she's petty. Nah. And this is speculation. This is conspiracy theories.
Speculation.
But wow.
Yeah.
I would have put it past it. That is a ish storm down there in Cleveland. Like it usually is.
Yeah. All right, let's open up the gym and bring in Patrick and Matt. What up, fellas?
What up? What's going on, guys? Yeah, it's almost surprising, man. Cleveland Browns football isn't. Well, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? What a
Not
shocker.
I didn't realize, though, that Kevin Stefanski was married to Tim McCarver's daughter.
I didn't know that either. But again, I don't keep up with Cleveland Browns coaches very much, and much less their love life.
Yeah.
Tend to stay away from that kind of thing. Personally,
Yeah.
I put some other goals. Zay, think the Spurs can win the big one tonight? Beat
The big one?
The big one? When we win the title. So this is the big one for us this year.
Yeah. I mean, put some Skrilla in the guys' pockets. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know?
Get them to feel a big win. It's been a
Yeah.
while since this team has won anything, so it'd be nice to get something going the right way.
Yeah. Guess I gotta watch Texas basketball tonight too. So hooray. Great.
Oh, well, you know the good part is we got an all name team member tonight for Lemoyne.
Yeah. What's my man's name?
Tennessee Rainwater.
Tennessee Rainwater.
A 6'6" junior guard for the Lemoyne Dolphins. Tennessee Rainwater.
That sounds like an Elvis song.
Tennessee Rainwater from Washington.
I'm out on that one. Wow.
You know,
White people strike again. White people strike again. I'm out.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on our side. Of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text lines open 512-222-9328, and over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Matt, it is a Tuesday afternoon. CB, you are correct. The mood is going to be very empty. I was looking at secondhand tickets. I was looking on some other sites to see where they're at. Lots and lots of tickets under $10. Like, not a few. The cheapest I saw was $3 for a ticket for tonight's game. So if you want to go and take the family, I'm sure you could go for a very affordable rate. As long as the kids don't mind walking in the or you don't mind walking in the cold. Downtown parking is free after 6, I believe. So you find yourself a spot down there on the street somewhere, take a little walk over the mood, eat before you go. You can have a nice affordable night and go watch these Texas Longhorns once this season for really cheap. If you want to do that, just saying, you can do it cheap, Matt. I try and find your affordable ways to enjoy sport harder and harder in 2025 to enjoy sports for affordable. Any Miami fans would tell you that trying to get to College Station.
Yeah. $530,933 each for the players winning the NBA Cup. That's wild.
Yeah, they get an extra. It's a big bonus for some of these guys. It's a huge bonus.
And yeah, sorry, I'm a little off track, but yeah, CB, you're right. The highest rated recruit for Colorado is from Texas. So Warren Sapp is our honorary meathead of the day. The funny thing is about that Warren Sapp comment, they offered that kid that he was making the comment about Texas being fake football.
Yeah.
The day before he made that tweet, he got an offer from Colorado.
No, it was that comment, Matt, felt like something a guy would say, it felt like a jab to a friend. But it was just very misplaced. Like if Warren Sapp played in the NFL with a Texas man, and he was like, "Oh, this is a Texas guy played in Texas high school football." So we always talk about which is better, and I just throw this little jab that he will get because we've had this whole argument before. That's what that felt like. But you're like, you can't just throw that out to everywhere because it feels like you have to have so much more of a statement on that than what you did, or else it doesn't make any sense. It was a dumb thing to put on Twitter. I'm going to go out and say that I think it was a mistake that he was trying to say it to somebody, and he thought it was funny. I don't think he was a malicious as he thought it was funny, and it did not land. That's what I'll go with that as my best hope for him.
The tweet has since been deleted.
Yeah, because it went over like a lead balloon. Didn't go over well at all. Yeah, was not good at all, Matt. Matt, I also want to ask you this, because today has been really bad. I asked my friend about it, but it's gotten worse over the holidays. How many text or phone calls do you get a day? It's saying that you've been approved for funding.
Oh God, 10.
It is absurd right now, and I don't know what it is. I'm like, I don't run a business. I don't have any need for business funding. I'm glad you're willing to give me $750,000 for a business I don't own. But something tells me this is not real. Something tells me might be a scam that I'm getting 7 of these a day at minimum and just constantly blocking phone numbers nonstop. My blocked phone numbers must be in the hundreds now.
Yeah, and they just changed one digit and do the thing all over again with the robot.
It is insane right now. Crazy. It is, yeah. Not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. Wanted to get into some good stuff today. We'll get into talk a little bit about Texas versus Lemoyne. There's not a lot to talk about. They should be able to win this game heavily. But that one, we've got our overreactions coming up in hour 2 as well. Want to get into a little portal talk on a Tuesday afternoon as well. Thank you, Hair of the Dog. Good to know that I'm approved. A couple more names announced what they're doing in the future, or at least it has been reported that they've announced what they're doing in the future. So we'll get into all of that, Matt. But I want to start off the show with something I saw that I think was labeled and posted to get more rage bait than what was actually said. But I think it's an interesting comment.
Are you talking about my Arch Manning PFF tweet?
No, not your Arch Manning PFF tweet. I know you're rage baiting everybody who thinks Arch Manning had a terrible season because they watched him in 2 games. And in those 2 games, yeah. Well, I watched the first 6 passes in the Ohio State game, and they weren't good. So clearly, he didn't get better. They're going for a rude awakening about Georgia. Well, I watched Georgia early in the season, and they weren't that good, so they must be bad now, still, right?
Mm-hmm.
A rude awakening. Yeah. There's but no, Joel Klatt was on a show this morning and gave a very hot take about not just the playoffs, but also about the NCAA tournament. So I want to get your guys' opinion on this. And of course, Matt, your opinion on this. But here's the take from Joel Klatt this morning.
How important is it for Tulane or James Madison to be competitive this weekend? Is it sort of the future of an auto bid for the G5 at stake for them to look the part this weekend?
I don't think that it matters. It would help in the sentiment, the public sentiment, but these things are going to be, it will be determined by finances and litigation. And the reason the group of 5 is included in this playoff is to avoid antitrust litigation. That's it, guys. Like, we're not looking for a Cinderella. Nobody cares in football about James Madison or the equivalent of George Mason going. Didn't George Mason go to the Final Four or something like that? Nobody cares in football about that. We don't want Cinderellas. We want the best teams playing each other at the end. In fact, hot take. I mean, like the hottest of all takes that I've ever had in my entire life. The NCAA basketball tournament is a joke. It's the dumbest tournament and the least fair tournament in all of sports. We go and we put teams at odd times on neutral sites in a 1-game affair. Like, that doesn't crown a true champion. We're not doing anything that tells us who's the best team over the course of the entire season. Like, if anything, the NCAA basketball tournament should act exactly like the old World Cup, which we should have groups. They should all get guaranteed 3 games, and they should be played at the higher seeds arena so that those seeds are rewarded for a quality game. And that way we don't just get to see, like, Kentucky one and done against George Mason or something like that. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Again, hottest of all takes, but that would make the NCAA basketball tournament far better. Neutral site, one and dones. What are we doing?
Yeah, you know who loves that though is CBS. I mean, it's great for CBS.
I guess.
Well,
it sucks for the fans.
CBS paid billions of dollars for it. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
True.
It doesn't determine, I think more often than not, when we get our football national champion, you're able to look back and say, yeah, it's probably the best team all season. Or,
and I think
close enough I'm comfortable with it. Yeah.
I mean, I thought the year Georgia missed a couple of years ago, I was like, when Michigan won,
I
was like,
not.
man, that was a tough one when Bama beat them in the SEC championship game. But that's a hot take. So back to the group of five. I think that in order to separate it out, the group of five will have to be incentivized somehow, and specifically from a financial perspective, to go play their own championship. I think that would be better for them anyways. But if that doesn't happen and they get cut out of the finances, they will sue and will wind up in court, and they'll be in the playoff moving forward.
So that was Joel Klatt this morning, giving a long answer, but a good answer. One that I think I wanted to play the whole thing because it does explain a lot more than nobody likes Cinderellas. Because that's the thumbnail that everybody responds to without watching the clip. So I thought I'd play the whole thing so you get a little bit more context. A lot to address in that, Matt, but your initial reaction there, Matt.
Well, first, I want to know just in one word or the other. Do you think he's right or do you think he's wrong?
I think he's right about a lot of what he said.
Okay. Then I'm not the only one here. I think he is 100% correct on all of it. And maybe that just is me being a little biased towards Joel Klatt, because I like him a lot, and I think he's really good at what he does. He explains things incredibly well. But he's right about the group of five thing. If you don't include them in some way, shape, or form, they're going to sue, because why else are they playing football if not to try to, have somebody win a national championship? I mean, I get that's not what every team's goal is, but they have to have some sort of chance in this whole thing. They have to. Should two of them have a chance? Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. And in terms of the NCAA basketball tournament, I completely agree. I hate March Madness because there's way too many teams, and most of the games are not good. And then it's just like the one or two good games in each round that make everybody think it's the best postseason in sports, and it's not. Like, I don't think that a number one seed, was it Virginia that lost to the 16 seed? I don't think that a number one Virginia seed should be
Purdue was the one who did a couple.
Or was it
ago.
Purdue? Should be knocked out of the NCAA tournament for good because they played one bad game. I think the World Cup structure would be awesome because I love the World Cup. I think it's great, and you have a little bit of leeway. And in that case, yeah, maybe you don't let as many teams in because there will be far too many games. But I completely agree with him. I think that would be awesome.
All right, so I'll go with we'll start with the NCAA tournament first. So I agree in the sense of it's not the best way to crown a real national champion. It is a convoluted way to crown a national champion. Virginia lost one too. I know Purdue lost to the 16 seed a few years ago. But when you say, we look at it and say that, nobody cares about the Cinderellas, people like to see a giant getting toppled. So they don't really necessarily care about the Cinderella, but they do like to watch a giant get toppled. Everybody enjoys it. It is a fun thing if that's not your giant. If you're rooting for the giant, then you hate it. But if you are not rooting for the giant, the underdog is normally a guy. Now, the question about a Cinderella versus an underdog are two different battles. So I think there is something more about underdogs stepping up and decent teams that get a chance and they shine at the right time. It's not the best way to do a national championship, but for a tournament, it is very fun because one of the biggest things in sports that makes sports really exciting is what's at stake. Like, what happens if you lose? Not what happens if you win. So like the NBA Cup tonight is a perfect example. What happens if you win? You win a bunch of money. You get a poster. You get everything else. What happens if you lose? Absolutely nothing. It does not matter if you lose or win. But it matters if you win, but it doesn't matter if you lose. People don't care about what happens if you win as much. People care more about what happens if you lose. That is a thing that's a much bigger precursor. It's the same concept of why every news site gives thumbnails and rage bait, because it's easier to get people to hate and to fear than it is to love and to care. Those are two different emotions. It's way easier to make the other one. So when you watch sports, you want to make people watch sports where they go, they could lose everything on this free throw. That's just a bigger motivation for people to care about a game and get invested in a game with two teams they don't really care about and don't really have a stake in. So that's why the NCAA tournament can be great, is because everything is a one and done. That's why the tournament is great. As for it deciding a national champion, I agree. It's not the best way to decide a national champion. And the World Cup way would be a much better way to decide a national champion. Agree 100% on that remark. But if we're just saying who's going to tune in more to watch college basketball, 100% the tournament will always have better ratings than if you did a World Cup style. Because, look, once Texas is out, 95% of Texas fans are not going to watch the tournament anymore. Or they're not going to watch a World Cup thing because they don't want to watch the six best teams in college basketball. It's not as fun anymore. I don't have a horse in the race. So that's why the tournament is what it is. Now, for football, when we go back to football, Matt, football is big enough. Football is popular enough. You will watch football if your dog is not in the hunt. You will still watch. You will watch the Super Bowl every year, even though your team ain't in it. Cowboys fans have not watched the Super Bowl in 20 years. Cowboys fans watch it every year. So football does have a little bit more of a push that you can put in the best teams and have the best games. It's a longer game. It's a more deliberate game than basketball is, where one guy just gets hot in a basketball game and it skews everything. In a football game, that's a little bit harder. You have 11 guys all working together, and it becomes a more difficult path for one guy to just completely take over a game. It's happened, but it's a rarer sight than in basketball. So I think in football, you do want to see the best, most complete teams go out there, because when we see a James Madison, when we see a Tulane, even if their quarterback plays the best game of his life, even if they have a running back really go off, 50-50, they have a chance to win that game. Now, in basketball, your guy goes off for 60, pretty good shot you're winning that game. But one guy going off in football doesn't have the same effect. And so I do believe that it's silly to put these teams in there. The better games would draw if Notre Dame and Texas, or even if Vanderbilt, who is the underdog more, and I know Pavia is less liked a lot more now, but Vanderbilt would be the underdog. But even if you put a Texas in there, then the ratings are much better. More people are watching, more people are invested in the game because they do get to see these great matchups. And that's just what it is. And then his last point is 100% true. Why is a group of 5 in there? Because they will sue if they're not in there. Mm-hmm. And that is the way it is. I'm with you, Matt. I think that what we've talked about on the show plenty of times, that there should be a cutoff for the automatic qualifier. And I've even said it 20, which is not hard at all. That's 20. Because the argument that we've kept seeing, Matt, online is well, remember the Sugar Bowl? Oh, I remember it when Boise State won. I remember the upset. So we should try and have those upsets. We should try and have those. But if you go back and look at all the upsets, because people are posting the scores of the upsets, the team that was the other side of the upset was always ranked in the top 15. They weren't 32nd. They weren't 23rd with a 2-loss Tulane or whatever, or 1-loss team that didn't play anybody. Mm-hmm. You're talking about teams that are really, really good, and they just happen to be a group of 5 team, which is a huge difference. And that guy should be in the playoff. That team should be in. But if you're saying that these two teams who don't really do it, both their coaches already left, like I just there's not a real reason for it other than, well, they're going to sue and complain if we don't. They're going to be like Notre Dame and go beat their fist and go, this isn't fair. Of course it's not fair. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just looked it up. The Boise State team that beat Oklahoma was 13-0 and ranked number 9 in the country.
Yes.
That's barely an upset. It only feels like an upset because the name on the loss side was Oklahoma. That's it. So, I'm in complete agreement. The cap thing is the way that I would go. You have to be ranked in the top 20. Regardless, even if you make that rule, I still feel like they'd find a way to sue because they were left out and they want to have as good of a chance as everybody else does. But where the College Football Playoff Committee is kind of painting themselves into a corner in that regard is everybody else has to play up to the same standard in the Power Four.
Yes.
It matters about your strength of schedule. It matters about your quality wins and, up and down the list. If you get 2 losses, you're on the fringes of being out.
Yes.
Whereas none of these group of 5 teams have to go through the same rigorous schedule. None of them have to go through the same things on a week in, week out basis of playing 5 top 10 teams throughout the year and, grinding it out through an SEC schedule. They get to play UTSA and Utah State and North Texas, who is good this year, but UCF, I guess UCF is Big 12 now, but you get the point. USF, like all of these teams, they don't really have to play anybody at the same level, so they're held to a different standard than the majority of the teams. So they should have to do something special that puts them on an even playing field with the rest of the power conferences. And I think that that's a top 15 rating or 1 loss or whatever the case may be. I think this is going to be the worst college football playoff ever.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because we haven't had a lot of them.
Well,
So
yes,
it's like-
but hear me out here. Not only is there 2 teams who are probably going to lose by 35 points in the first round and who do not deserve to be on the same field as Ole Miss or Oregon, but the brackets are also slanted so heavily on one side than the other that all the games on one side are going to be these boring games like Indiana versus Texas Tech. Nobody gives a shit about that game. Indiana versus Oregon may draw a little bit more viewers. And then on Oklahoma versus Alabama is going to be 13-10 and it's going to be super boring. Whereas the other side, you got Texas A&M in Miami. You got, after the Tulane game, you're going to have either Texas A&M and Ohio State and Ole Miss and Georgia. Then you're going to have Georgia versus Ohio State. And it's like everybody's going to tune into those games. I can guarantee you on the semifinal, when you see Texas Tech versus Indiana and its ratings against Georgia versus Ohio State, it's going to be wildly different because nobody cares about those other teams.
No,
And
it's
the group of fives are just watering it down even more.
I mean, Indiana versus Texas Tech would get viewership because it is a 6:30 Saturday night game. It'll get viewership. It'll be a semifinal game. Semifinal games will get, again, why I say football is different than basketball. Football games will get viewership. Now, if it was James Madison versus Indiana, it won't get as much.
But what if Texas it's what about first round Texas versus Oregon? Do you think that would do more ratings than James Madison?
No, and I agree. Now, I'll also say I don't think ratings should be the be all end all. Because again, if James Madison was undefeated, winning every game big, they're clearly a big time team. They're ranked in the top 15. Then yeah, people would tune in to see that game more.
Sure.
But the fact that nobody really believes that James Madison has a chance, the fact that no one really believes that Tulane has a real shot in these games, it does take it back a little bit. But we can even say Tulane Ole Miss is going to be the least watched game of the first half of the first.
Yeah, because Ole Miss already beat them by 35 points this year.
It is, but also Ole Miss is not a traditional, wow, we got to go watch Ole Miss play football team. So I think people will tune in somewhat of the drama, But you know the same thing. It's not a traditional power, which is why it's so great, that they're in the playoffs right now. But Oregon has been in that fight every year. Alabama, Oklahoma has been there plenty of times. So Indiana only gets theirs. They're the number one team in the country. So they kind of get a pass into maybe people wouldn't be as interested, but now they got a Heisman Trophy winner to sell. There's a few more things to sell in that matchup. But yeah, we look at that. It does feel like this is a bit anticlimactic. It does feel like this is what we thought the problem would have been if we went to 12. That, guys, we're going to have to put in a lot of teams that maybe don't really have a shot. But look, I'll say this. I didn't think Arizona State, Texas was going to be a great game last year, and it turned out to be way better than it should have been. Way better than it had any right to be of a game. So I will put off saying that this is the worst college football playoffs until we get through it. Also, there's only been 2 with the 12 team. There's, before that it was the 4 team. So it's a little bit easier. But I think when we look back at what we're saying with Joel Klatt and what the group of 5 teams, the original question was, if these games are close, would that help? And that the thought process, if the argument is, hey guys, they might keep it within 1 score, then we shouldn't have the games. Then we don't need those games. If the argument is maybe they can cover the spreads. The spreads, which by the way are 21.5 of Oregon over James Madison and 17.5 for Ole Miss over Tulane. Those are your spreads on that. Your other 2 spreads, 3.5 and 1.5. More what playoff game spreads should be. So I think it's more about, if we're going to look at football and say, let's not make this the NCAA tournament, because we don't want to make this a silly show where we're watching it more about which Cinderella could hit. Man, which big giant is going to screw up is what we're actually watching for. We don't really care about the Cinderella as much, because you forget about them in a couple years. You go, oh yeah, I remember. Oh, they won that 2 games. And they're a Cinderella because they won 2 games. But really, you're like, hey, remember when this really good team lost? Remember when the big bastard got knocked down? That's what people want to see more. And I just don't think we need that in college football. That's what the regular season is for. Like that's what non-conference is for, is to watch, hey, can you go unseat? USF, when they had the run early in the season, that was a lot of fun. Even though the 2 teams they beat turned out to not be anybody, it was still really fun to watch that in non-conference, right? And I think that's the place for that. And so for some of these group of 5 teams, go try and get the bigger matchups. Try and play some of these. And maybe no one's going to play you anymore because strength of schedule doesn't matter and they don't want to get beat. But go play as big a team as you can find. If you want to be a national champion, go pick a fight with the biggest dog in the yard. And if you don't, and I know it's hard to pick that years out, I know it's hard to do all these things last minute, but if you're not willing to go take those fights, then it's the same thing as me watching Jake Paul and pretending he's a great boxer. I don't believe it until he fights champions. And you guys aren't playing champions, so I don't know what you are. You're not playing guys that are playing at the top of their level, at the top of the game. And so this one's really over the top because the ACC was so screwed up that it ends up that you do get an ACC team in, but not the ACC champion. And that's weird and silly too, that Miami should have counted as ACC rep. Should have just gone, hey, we're changing the rules. Miami counts as ACC rep. We're putting another at-large bid in.
That would have made much more sense.
Duke does not. Duke was so bad that we don't care that you won. We're giving the ACC a bid. Guys, this is unfair and silly anyway, but we're putting Miami in. And then you still could have put in a Notre Dame, a BYU, a Texas, a Vanderbilt, and everyone would have been happier with any one of those teams. Like even a BYU that does not belong in and shouldn't be in there, that didn't play anybody else and feels like a group of 5 team, that they would have been better than putting in Tulane.
Look, here's what the group of 5 should do.
James Madison, actually.
Here's what the group of 5 should do. if you're a team who believes that you have a chance to make a college football playoff and be one of the top group of 5 teams in the country, you have to go out and you have to schedule multiple Power 4 opponents in your non-conference schedule.
Yeah.
And you have to at least win a couple of those games or win those games.
Yeah.
Like USF did this year. They scheduled Miami, they scheduled Florida, and I think there was another one in there too.
Florida State, right?
Yeah, Florida State. Or something like that.
Because they beat Florida State.
Florida. Let me look at their schedule.
Florida. I thought they beat Florida and beat Florida State, but lost to Miami. Does that sound right?
They played Boise State, Florida, and Miami.
Okay, not Florida State.
And Boise State's fine because they were a top 25 team.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with that. It's still a good group of 5 team. But you win that game by 27 points. Then you beat Florida at the Swamp.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go and you get beat by Miami. Like, that's the kind of schedule that I want to see out of a group of 5 team that is going to have a chance at a college football playoff. Not, North Texas, who played Lamar, Western Michigan, Army, and Washington State, and South Alabama, and UTSA, Charlotte, Navy. And then they get beat by 2 scores by Tulane, who, to Tulane's credit, did play Ole Miss early in the season. And they played Northwestern, and they played Duke, and they won all 3 of those games. Those are at least Power 5 teams that they played against. But a James Madison who doesn't play anybody and schedules 1 Power 4 team and gets beat by 2 scores has no business being in the field.
No, they don't. They don't. It's frustrating. I agree with Joel Klatt, though. I thought it was interesting because we did see a lot of people online really fighting in that chance of you guys are just trying to keep us out. But look at this. The biggest argument was that you kept seeing was, what about these games that were upsets? And I agree. Yeah. If that team's ranked high enough, not that I'm fine with giving them an automatic qualifier if they're in the top 20. I'm fine about it. Because again, and really top 15 would be, we know you're good enough, but I'll go even with the bias because top 15 is what it should be. I'll give you 5 more spots because of by Power 4 bias that you're going to say there's a bias and that's why we can't get in the top 15. So we'll say, okay, top 20, which means you have to be undefeated, which means you have to be winning games well. You have to get on everybody's radar, and then you will move up in that rankings. We have no problem putting you in there and letting you fight with the big dogs then because you earned it. But you don't just get it for free because you happen to be the best of the worst. Doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't.
No, you're no better than the Big Ten asking for automatic qualifiers when you're like, guys, you ain't got that many teams.
Yeah,
I don't know if you have enough of these teams.
At the end of the day, there should have only been 2 group of 5 teams who were considered for the college football playoff, and it was USF and it was Tulane. Tulane won the games they needed to win to get in. Yeah. USF didn't, and that was the deciding factor. None of the other teams should have been in there.
Nope. Matt also wanted to get into a little bit of a couple other Texas players in the news that came out to yesterday. I think more than today, yesterday. But first off, we saw DeAndre Moore. Looks like he will be going to the NFL draft. When I first saw the news that he was not returning, I was like, okay. He's not saying he's going to the portal, though. And it doesn't really feel like he is going to be a draft pick where he wanted to be. But at the same point, I guess he does not want to go somewhere else. He doesn't want to go try and learn a new system. He doesn't want to go try and, and maybe he's like, look, I like being at Texas. I don't necessarily want to leave Texas, but I'm ready to move on to the next thing. You mentioned this a little bit before when we talked about players who made into the portal, that you thought DeAndre Moore was maybe a little bit more on the edge of leaving because of what's coming up in the future, because of what players are in the system right now, that maybe he'd be a little bit more inclined to leave.
Yeah, it's not wholly surprising to me. I mean, it's definitely not as shocking as like Liona Lefau. Did I expect him to go pro? I mean, at the beginning of the season, there was people talking about him as a potential, late first round, very worst day 2 pick. And I think that he's probably not in the first round conversation anymore because he struggled a little bit this year in terms of drops and He had that injury that kept him out for a little bit, and all these different things. But I think that the NFL skill level is still there. So, I mean, yeah, go take your shot at the pros. If you don't want to transfer somewhere, if you're a Longhorn through and through, and you're like, look, I know that my playing time is probably going to get eaten into next year, and that's probably going to end up hurting my draft stock, but I don't want to go play for somebody else, and I know that I'm going to play in the NFL one day, then like, yeah, go take your shot. Be a third or fourth round draft pick and go make a roster. I mean, the thing about wide receiver is you can get drafted anywhere between the first round to the 6th round or the 7th round. And if you perform well in training camp and you perform well in practice, you can find your way into a rotation and find your way onto a roster. And he has a skill set of, being a slot receiver who's hard to bring down and who's quick. And, despite some drop issues this year, has pretty good hands and all the things that you need to succeed at the next level. He's a tough guy. He works really hard. So I think he's going to be somebody who surprises at the NFL level. So I'm not totally surprised that he moved on. I mean, I had a graphic created for our Longhorns on SI Instagram account of him leaving the program like 3 weeks ago. So, I wish him the best. I would have liked for him to come back, sure, but it kind of opens things up for the younger players now, and I think it's going to be best for all parties involved.
Yeah. I think, it's unfortunate because of what he can bring to the program, and was such a good, culture guy in the system and in the program. It does feel a little bit like going into this season, there were some injuries, and he just kind of missed the boat a little bit of being really the guy, like offensively, of kind of being more of that leader on the offense. It feels like maybe he missed that boat a little bit. And so when he came back, it was still a really big impact. He still did a lot of great things for Texas, but maybe those early games, there was just a difference of, like, we kept thinking too, DeAndre Moore was going to be Arch's guy. That was kind of the thought for a couple of years was, oh, okay, well, DeAndre's already getting playing time, but when Arch comes up, that's going to be his dude. And that did not materialize either because of the offseason work, because of the issues with the offensive line. It never really materialized. And then, with Emmett Mosley coming in, that kind of put it to where maybe I can play Emmett Mosley instead of Moore at certain times, where Moore was so valuable a year ago. They had to be on the field the whole time, even if he wasn't catching passes, because he was such a good downfield blocker, because he could do so many of these other little pieces for Texas. And then you brought in Mosley, and he starts to be able to do some of those too, that maybe you see a little bit more of the writing on the wall for DeAndre Moore to say, all right, I get it. There's if they don't need me in for 85% of the snaps, then I don't need to be here anymore. I'm ready to move on to the next thing because they're ready to move on. They're ready to do their thing. And it's not going to help my draft stock anymore to be a year older and not where I need to be. Let me go learn the defense. Let me go learn an NFL offense. Let me go learn what we're doing, find a place where I can really thrive in. And it may take me a year to really be playing. But even if I'm an undrafted free agent or a late 6th, 7th round pick, I'll still get in. I'll definitely have a job. And then I can work my way into it because he is still better with more upside than a lot of guys that are wide receivers on NFL rosters right now.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think that it's a totally different situation from Liona Lefau either. I think that the young guys behind him were going to eat into more and more of his snaps, just like Lefau, and that was going to create a situation where he wasn't on the field as much, which was going to create a situation where his draft stock next year, even if he played well, since he was on the field a lot less, was going to drop a little bit. And with Lefau, he wants to go raise his draft stock a little bit, so he's going to transfer, whereas Moore is just like, I'm ready. I'll go. And, I mean, like, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, do I want DeAndre Moore on my roster, or do I want Ryan Flournoy? I think I'll take my chances with DeAndre Moore.
Yeah. No, and I could tell you, I think he's a perfect guy for the Longhorn Broncos. It starts there, like that type of guy that you love. He's always been willing to block downfield. He's always been willing to do the special things. He'll be on special teams as well. He'll do everything. He comes from one of his mentors early on was Jordan Whittington, who we know is beloved in LA, and Sean McVay loves Jordan Whittington. So you feel like he can kind of fit into that mold a little bit of a guy that coaches will absolutely love having on their team. So a little surprising to see him go to the NFL. I probably thought maybe it was 50-50. But Matt had said it earlier on the show, and that it wouldn't be surprising if he left. And so that one wasn't shocking. One that would have been extremely surprising if he left. And not surprising that he stayed. Arch Manning, the reports come out that he's staying for another year, which, look, I get it's in 2020, 2025, 2026, when everything's happening now. You can't just not go if you're a star name. If you're a top-level player, it's harder to just go, okay, I'm just doing what everybody else to do and just keep playing, and then I'll go on with it. You have to say, I'm not going to the NFL. You have to say, I'm not hitting the transfer portal. You have to say those things now, or else everybody freaks out. So he had to say it. It's not shocking. It is something that me and you have beaten the drum on over and over and over again, that this would be happening. So I would have been wildly shocked if something changed, because everything we've heard out of their camp has been this from day one, and they've stuck with the plan. I didn't expect him to break it. He improved greatly over the season. If he had not improved, you could have seen a lot of these things happen, because he would have gone, well, Sark's clearly not making him a better quarterback. But he's a better quarterback right now than he was week one. So goal accomplished on that, of being better than day one. So no surprises there for Arch Manning coming back, but it is really good news that you also want to set in stone before the transfer portal that we do have a quarterback. And although some of them may disagree that he is, a washed, horrible, big bust quarterback, because again, they watched one game at the beginning of the season, never watched another one. He is going to help you in being able to pull in a transfer portal class that you're looking to make a real impact with this year.
Season. But according to PFF, he's the third best quarterback in the SEC.
Yeah.
Better than Ty Simpson, better than Gunnar Stockton, better than John Mateer, better than Marcel Reed. You can go on down the list. The only quarterbacks that had a better PFF grade for the season than him were Diego Pavia and Joey Aguilar. So, yeah, I mean, this is the most unsurprising thing that we heard that we've heard so far since the end of the regular season, for sure. I think we were beating the drum in like June that no, he's not leaving. He's going to stay for another year. And there's multiple reasons for that. One of, the least of which is this has always been the Manning plan, to play for 2 full college seasons before you head to the NFL. But also there is a real, discernible difference in success at the NFL level in terms of how many, reps and games that you have played in at the college level before you go pro. Really good examples of ones where that did not work out so well were Trey Lance, Anthony Richardson, Mac Jones. And then really good examples of that are, a Matthew Stafford or one of these other players who played 2 or 3 full seasons with their team and got the reps against, really good college defenses, and it prepared them for the NFL level. But yeah, I mean, this was always the plan. The unfortunate thing about it is like, and I don't think a lot of people understand this about the media either. News is news, right? Especially in today's day and age. Like we just saw earlier today, Jordan Mailata from USC is like sitting there signing a new contract with USC to play, and USC is announcing it on Twitter. It's like, was he ever going to leave? No, but it's news because that's the state of the state of college football that we're in. But also, if something happens, and I got a lot of flack for this on Twitter by posting a story about Arch Manning coming back. It's like, well, when something is announced or reported, it is our job to get the story out there. So it's my job to report that story. And that's why it's a story, because it's a story. And whether or not it's a shock or awe or really truly breaking news or not doesn't matter. It still has to be put out there. And I think that Texas appreciates that it gets put out there, to be quite honest, because it quells a lot of discussions, with recruits and other players who are thinking about entering the transfer portal and potentially looking at Texas like, oh yeah, Archer's going to be there. Now I can really consider them as a place that I want to go.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, it's that's not news. Look, but it is to somebody somewhere it is. So we have to put it out there. It is what it is. So Matt, that takes us to the transfer portal. And
got a lot of names for you, Patrick.
Looking at a few names that we want to, kind of look at of people that Texas may need, because look, now we know that linebacker core, we did our list. The linebacker core is now bigger. The secondary is still a lot on that defense. Your defensive line is not your main piece, but the rest of that defense is going to need a lot of help to keep you in pace to try and be a national championship contender. As you hope your offense grows a little bit, the offensive line is going to need some help. You're probably looking at the wide receiver room now. If you're trying to be really aggressive, you want to bring in extra pieces to help you be the best team you can be. When you see everyone else loading up around you, you have to continue to load up yourself. I know they want to do a lot of it in-house. It may feel like this season they got to go a little bit more. So, Matt, what are some of the names that people should keep an eye out for? Keep in mind, we're still half a month away from the portal even opening. So there's still a lot more names, a lot of names of people that are going to play in bowl games and then announce. There's still names of people in the playoffs currently that will be out of the playoffs and announce. And there's a lot of people just like Texas probably has another 5 to 10 guys at least that will announce before the 4th, before the portal opens. And then where you'll get a couple that happen during it with tampering and everything else, but we still have several more players that are going to enter the portal. So very incomplete list, but a good start here as we're seeing more and more names start to jump in.
Well, I kind of want to figure out where you want me to start here.
Okay.
Is there a particular position, or
let's just start on the offense?
I got like 15 or 20 names for you.
Okay, let's start on the offense because it'll be a little bit less on the offense, but we'll start there and kind of give me the top offensive players. Well, less of like we have to replace a lot of stuff. So we have to replace offensive line. We're going to aim at running back. We're going to aim at wide receiver. But I don't know if it's as much of like, oh, we really need to hit at linebacker. We really need to hit at DB or else there's nothing working. If you didn't get a running back, if you didn't get a wide receiver, your offense would still be okay. You need linemen for sure, but you want to make yourself in a better position. So let's start on offense and start with some of those skill positions first.
All right, let's start with the skill positions. I think the guy that I have my eyes on the most in terms of skill position players, the first one that's already in the portal is Nick Marsh, the wide receiver out of Michigan State. He's a sophomore. He's from Detroit. He had 59 catches for 662 yards and 6 touchdowns. He is kind of the exact mold for Texas that they need to bring in a wide receiver, like kind of a big body guy who can run and who's got really good hands and can be a game breaker. Is he Cam Coleman? No, but he's a really, really talented player, and he can make a huge impact on your team next year, especially with DeAndre Moore out, because you're probably going to move him Mosley to the slot, and then that allows you to have an experienced guy on the outside opposite of Ryan Wingo. That's got one guy that I'm looking at really heavily in terms of guys who technically haven't entered the portal yet, but there is increasing reasons for them to enter the portal. I think obviously Jaden Ball is one that everybody has their eyes on as a running back.
Did Jaden Ball wipe his social media Florida stuff the other day? Did I see that?
Yeah, but then he did, but then he also did like a post with Florida. What do you call that on Instagram? Like a collab post or whatever with Florida on Instagram that day. I don't know. What I do know is that Florida is negotiating for him to stay, and that more than likely Texas is going to have something to say about it, whether or not it's whatever. You know what I mean? I think Texas is going to be involved there. And if Florida ends up hiring Chad Scott, who they interviewed for their running back coach position, then I think that gives Texas a leg up in that conversation, because it's like, well, I know Jabbar Jalouk really well. Unless they bring in a home run hire at the running back coach position, then I think that they're going to have a chance. Cam Coleman, obviously another guy. I don't know if he's going to leave or not. They've had about 4 wide receivers go into the portal.
Yeah.
I think that they're probably going to do everything they can to keep Cam Coleman. So that would be another name to watch there. And other skill position players, there's a bunch of them out there.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at Michigan, who hasn't really had a lot of players enter the portal yet, but very well could based on what happens with the Sharon Moore situation. Andrew Marsh, the wide receiver there, he's from Texas. He's from Katy. Texas had interest in him when he was being recruited. He had 42 catches for 641 yards and 3 touchdowns last year. Extremely fast, game-breaking type player. And then their running back, Justice Haynes, is another running back that I would be very interested in if I was Texas, should he enter the portal. He had 857 yards and 10 scores on 121 rushes. And then one other guy that, I don't know if you consider tight ends skill position players or not,
sure.
but depending on what happens with Jack Endries, Brody Foley out of Tulsa is a name that I would keep my eye on. He's got 37 catches for 528 yards and 7 touchdowns this year. He also ran the ball 5 times for 12 yards and 2 scores. So he's kind of a do-it-all tight end for them. That would be another name that is really interesting to me if I'm Texas.
All right, so let's look at that offensive line then, Matt. So if we say we got some interesting names out there, and I agree, Victor, that Cam Coleman would be a ton of fun to see. But again, that one is, if he hits in, that money is going to be a lot. So you're going to have to find a specific donor who is like, I want Cam Coleman, and here is the millions of dollars to make it happen.
Yeah.
So
well, I did forget.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I did forget one player who, at running back, who I would really like to see Texas go after if he does indeed end up going to the portal. It's Caleb Hawkins. He's a true freshman out of North Texas. He had 200 carries for 1,236 yards, averaged 6.2 yards per carry, and had 23 touchdowns this past year. He's one of the best running backs in the country. And with Drew Mestemaker now likely to enter the portal, it would seem likely that their top running back would also enter the portal. And I think that if he does, Texas would be extremely interested in him.
All right, let's look at the offensive line, where this is a big one that we know they are spending money in and going after. Sark has said they're going after offensive linemen in the portal. This is the least shocking thing that they will be going after in the portal, but so are a lot of other teams. Matt, what linemen have you seen jump in so far?
Well, okay, so I want to preface this by saying some of these names aren't going to sound extremely exciting.
Yeah, it's offensive line. It's hard to
right, but based on what they have done at their respective schools and their body types and their skill sets, I would be really interested in them. The first one to me is Texas State interior offensive lineman Talek Lockett. Texas, I know for a fact, is interested in him based on reports that I've seen. And he's 6'3", 327 pounds. He's first team All Sun Belt. He allowed 1 sack in 29 games. Really, really good player. Another one, South Alabama interior offensive lineman Kenton Jarrito. He is 6'3", 330 pounds. He's allowed 1 sack in 1,472 career snaps. Big guy that can play anywhere on the interior. UCF center Carter Miller, 6'2", 300 pounds. Played almost 2,000 career snaps and has allowed just 2 sacks. He is a guy that I think, if you're talking about a guy who can come in and compete for the center position right away and would fit in seamlessly with what Texas likes to do offensively in terms of running the football and all the different things they like to do, I think he would be a great fit. And then Mercer center Gavin Marks started 10 games as a true freshman, did not allow a single sack, was an FCS freshman All-American. He is an extremely good player. He's going to be somebody that, is going to be very highly coveted. DeAndre Carter out of Auburn. This is a guy that has visited Texas before. He's 6'3.5", 355 pounds. He thrives on the interior as like a power running type, offensive line blocker. He's great in short yardage and blocking on the interior. He comes out of Mater Dei in California, which is a place that Texas has done very well recruiting and that they're very familiar with. And when he visited Texas, this was back in 2023, I believe. He said, "I liked it a lot. I'll be honest, I didn't know much about Texas until today, but I met all the coaches. First time meeting the head coach and the offensive line coach. I like them a lot and what they did for their program. I like what they see they like what they see of my film, and they want me to come here and join them and be a part of what they're building, which is ultimately a national championship." So he knows what Texas is about. He's familiar with everybody. That would be one that I would be really interested in too.
Okay.
And then where did that one go? Josh Atkins out of Arizona State, 6'4", 290 pounds. He's from Mansfield, Timberview, which is in Arlington. He's a guy that's, state of Texas guy, DFW based. He's worked with the same trainer as DJ Campbell and Andre Kojo. So that's, there's some familiarity there as well. And then where's that other one? I have so many names. Favor Edwin out of Auburn, 6'8", 290 pound offensive tackle. He's from the state of Georgia. He's got the length and the upside that Texas really likes, and he's great in pass protection. So, maybe offensive tackle won't be the position that they go after very heavily in the portal. I think it would be more of the interior guys that I talked about. And yeah, Victor, that's a really good point as well. Malachi Lee is very heavily considering getting out of his NLI with Michigan because of the head coaching change. And he was a guy that Texas was really heavily in on going into early signing day. And should he become available again, I think that Texas would be a very, very heavy player in landing him. And he is a massive, massive human being, and he's extremely athletic. He's out of Hawaii. He's 6'6", 318 pounds. He had offers from Michigan, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, Arizona. 85-inch wingspan, 36-inch arms, 85-inch wingspan. He moves really well. He's got great feet. He's got great balance. He could play left or right tackle, and this is a guy that could project for a really long time with your team too. He'll be here 3-4 years and be a really good player for you. So those are all guys that are really, really interesting to me, I should say.
I like it. Let's look on the defensive end of the ball. Matt, do you have any defensive linemen, or are you just looking at linebackers and secondary?
I'm pretty much just looking at linebackers and secondary for the most part. But Jaheim Otis, who's a former Alabama player who transferred to Colorado, just entered the portal again. He was one of their better interior defensive linemen this past season. You talk about, I don't know if anybody can hear my dogs barking, but apologies. You talk about the giant space eaters that Texas is looking for in there to replace like a Cole Brevard or a Travis Shaw or something like that. He's 6'5", 370 pounds. And, when he was coming out, he had offers from Alabama, Ole Miss, Georgia, LSU, Arkansas. He was the number 2 player in the state of Mississippi, and a really, really good interior guy. And then Javian Hilson just entered the portal out of Missouri. He was a guy that was Texas was really in on at the end of his recruitment, and then he ended up going to Missouri. But they could potentially be on him as well, depending on what they feel their needs are at the edge.
All right. Let's look at that. Let's go to the secondary next then. We'll head out to the secondary. And You know, he could use some help at safety. Definitely could use some help at DB. Who's out there right now that you like, Matt, at the secondary for Texas, maybe to go target early on, maybe do some scouting and see if they could find these guys and they like what they can do?
Well, there's a couple of names out there. One of the more obvious ones is Khalil Barnes out of Clemson. He's been a starter for them for quite some time. This past year, he finished with 40 total tackles and 2 pass breakups. He's a really good player, and he's going to be one of the most highly coveted defensive backs in the portal. Cincinnati safety Christian Harrison is another one. He's the son of Rodney Harrison, and he's coming off a career year at Cincinnati, 66 tackles, 40 solos, 7 pass breakups, and a pick. He had 10 tackles, a pass breakup, and a pick in their loss to Utah this past year. So that's another one. And then a couple more guys have entered the portal recently as well. At defensive back, Jordan Castell from Florida. He has 168 career tackles and 3 interceptions. Florida State defensive back Jabril Rawls is entering the portal as well. He's 6'1", 185 pounds, 58 tackles, 3 passes defended, and an interception. He'll have 2 years of eligibility, and he was arguably Florida State's best defensive player this year. So that's one that is really interesting to me as well. And then there's a couple of linebackers as well that that have caught my eye. I lost my place, so give me one sec here. This is what happens when you got like 25 names on your list, Patrick. You get a little bit confused. Boo Carter is another defensive back that I would be interested in as well. Tennessee. He's one of their best defensive players. He'd be able to come in and start immediately and play in the same position as Michael Taff. But linebacker Kamori House out of North Carolina. He was one of the best linebackers in the ACC this year. He had 78 total tackles, a sack, and a pick. And he's just a sophomore, so he'll have a couple of years of eligibility left. So he's one that is, I think, particularly interesting to me. Let me see where he's from real quick. He is from St. John Bosco in Bellflower, California, which is, I believe, where DeAndre Moore is from as well. Texas obviously has their connections there in California.
I know he visited Texas too.
Mm-hmm, he did. That's a good shout. He did visit Texas. Matai, I'm going to butcher this name. Apologies, guys. Matai Tagoai out of USC. He's from San Clemente, California. He was a guy that was, interested in Texas when he was going through the process. He's a freshman at USC. He could be a good guy that you could develop for a long time. One of the other ones that I was interested in, but I think that he's probably, if he ends up going somewhere, it might be Texas A&M, just because they just hired his linebacker coach and defensive coordinator from Arkansas. But Tavian Wallace, former 4-star recruit, he's also just a freshman. He's from the state of Georgia. Really talented player there. So, there's a bunch of different directions you could go in at the linebacker position. It's not as deep right now, I think, as maybe the defensive back or the offensive line category, but there's some better players that are jumping in every day.
And that's kind of where we're at, is that every day you're going to keep getting more and more good players into the portal. We'll have to keep doing this as we get closer, and we keep seeing more names pop into it and seeing where Texas is with their transfers and what space is opened up, and this again falls into the conversation I want to have with you a little bit more tomorrow about what other teams are going to be going heavy after transfers and where is it worth getting into budget issues and, willing to bid, willing to spend more, because biggest thing we got to remember, Matt, everyone in the SEC just got 20 more roster spots.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you had everything set with, you were allowing some spots and guys are transferring out, so you got some room coming in and out, everyone just got 20 more, which means you can really hit hard in that transfer portal. for a lot of teams. We'll get more into that there. Appreciate you giving me this list so far. As we continue on, Matt, when we have those, we'll continue to have you update your list of people that you like to have, that you like Texas to make the phone call, like their scouting department to be putting together film for Sark and the guys for who they should be looking at. And Victor, at this point, probably now with the added 20 roster spots, you can probably get to 3 now of linebackers you bring in. Again, you're always trying to weigh that in the middle of culture versus, bringing in too many people in the transfer portal. But I think you could see 2 more veteran linebackers at this point and then 1 younger guy. So bring in somebody that you still like that has some eligibility left and try and bring them in and assimilate them to the culture a little bit more than the guys you're bringing in that are 1 or 2 year, rental kind of guys that you're just getting for that last year for the trying to win the national championship. But I think you can move probably up to 3 now if you really wanted to, but you're definitely at least at 2, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine 2 is the low end. 3 would be my preference. Had Lefau not left, you could probably say 2 is the max. But
yeah,
one of my favorite linebackers that I thought could have an opportunity to enter the portal elected to stay at Florida. That was Miles Graham. Really wanted that one to hit the portal, but unfortunately, he will not be.
What a jerk. All right, Matt, let's hit our first break. When we come back, we'll get into our overreactions here on the show as we do every Tuesday. If anybody else has any overreactions they want to throw into the chat on the text line, go ahead and throw those in. We'll react to yours as well as the ones I throw at Matt. When we come back here in 2.5 minutes, right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code TEXAS20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, of course, on YouTube. Give us a like and a subscribe if you're watching over there to always get your notifications that when we are going live in the morning and the afternoon. We do special shows and pre-games and post-games and all of that. It's good to notice. Keep up with you guys. Always appreciate you hanging out with us here, even as we get closer and closer to the holidays. And I know work schedules are turning out different now, and you have work parties and then friend Christmases and white elephants and all of that stuff coming up. So we do appreciate it when you are spending time with us here at Open Gym and at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Matt, it is a Tuesday, which means it is time for overreactions. It's a little bit harder now. Maybe not as many overreactions on a week where only one college football game happened. But I've still got some overreactions here from college football. I've got some overreactions from the NFL that we put together every week, which are either things that I've heard, things that I've read, or things I've just made up myself because I like to overreact myself sometimes too. I know I'm pretty level-headed on the show now. Because by the time we get on air and we're going, I'm usually I don't want to spark everything, but I do sometimes have a few hot takes or a few thoughts in my head. And I just go to that weird part of my brain, man, where you have that thought, like, maybe if they were all a group of 5 teams, the playoffs would be better. And you're like, no, part of my brain, it would not be better that way. All right. Let's start off with your first one. If anybody has any you want to throw in of any of your overreactions you've heard, read, or just have yourself, throw those into the chat, throw those in the text line, and we'll get to those as well. First overreaction that I've seen this week, Leona Lefau will lead the way for more top players to leave Texas in the portal.
I don't think so. I can't really think of any other big time players that would leave for the portal. If you want to talk about Jelani McDonald or Trevor Gooseby going pro, then there's a conversation to be had there. I do think they're going to return. But I think in terms of big time names that you're going to see enter the portal, this is probably the biggest one you're going to see. I think that Texas does a really good job at player retention and focusing on the players that they need to keep. So we're putting out a story about the 5 players that Texas needs to make sure that they keep. Colin Simmons is obviously at the top of the list. That's not a surprise to anybody. I don't think there's going to be an issue there. And
I don't know. He's not even an All-American.
Well, he was, but the coaches made him an All-American.
Okay, good.
And their All-American team. But, Trevor Gooseby, Jack Endries, Ryan Wingo, guys like that, Jelani McDonald, those are all the guys that you would be potentially concerned about, like in one way or another, but I think that they'll probably all be back.
Victor, I do not believe so. He is opted out of the bowl game or reports already, so that would lead you to believe that he is going pro.
Yeah, we've had a story in the can for about 2 weeks that he's going pro, so that's what my guess would be.
Yeah, my guess is that he's going pro, but he's getting all the information first before he makes his final decision and puts it out and does all of that. But Victor, I would say my guess is that Manny Muhammad is gone. But yeah, I've seen this. I don't think it'll be the case of it. Leona Lefau is one of the only, if it's only one, it doesn't feel like it's a trend yet that people would be abandoning the program. I don't think they would be. I haven't gotten the feeling from anyone I've talked to that makes me feel like there's some worry within the program or worry among the players. It does feel more as if, there's business as usual. And sometimes some of those guys are going to leave, but I don't necessarily think you're going to lose a bunch of those guys that you would expect to put in that role. I think, the player retention will still be there and they know what they're doing. All right. Our next overreaction, Matt. Michigan will actually be better next year after all of this mess.
I have a really hard time seeing that. If the new coach that they bring in can convince all of their top guys to stay, and they don't have a massive, they don't have a massive turnover via the portal, then I could potentially see it. But it all depends on who they hire first and foremost.
It does. I'm getting more and more in the Kenny Dillingham camp for this.
He sure didn't in the rumors earlier today.
He did not, and that's the thing, is that we're hearing him not turn down the rumors. You thinking about a guy who could walk in and make people excited to play there, and kind of quell a little bit, I think, more of having Biff Poggi be your guy right now. that maybe is not quelling anybody's concerns about the program. You bring in somebody who's been a pretty energetic guy, put some guys into the NFL from a smaller program in Arizona State than you are at Michigan. I think that like everything about it. Yes, if you can get Kalen DeBoer, you will be a better team next year. But Kenny Dillingham, I think, could push in there. And then it comes down to, was Sharon Moore really like ever going to be the guy long term? And is Dillingham a better hire than Sharon Moore was? So technically you're in a better place to start with. I think it's going to be hard after signing day and after unless they're able to get it done quick. My guess would be that their timeline is to offer Kalen DeBoer on Saturday morning. And when he turns it down, move on to their next coaching, which would either be a Dillingham or maybe a couple other few guys that could be in there. Maybe who's a Washington coach right now? Jed Fish. Maybe somebody like that. But my guess is they're waiting till Saturday morning. Just probably. Last second. You know what? Why don't we just wait to see if they get blown, if they lose to Oklahoma, what's the feeling there? Because that's our number one guy. But
yeah,
if not, then we can go somewhere else. We can go to a guy who was in the playoffs a year ago, who did a lot of things. And I think for Kenny Dillingham, he understands too. I don't want to get I love Arizona. I love Arizona State. I would like to never leave. I also want to win championships, and I don't think it's going to happen here. So I know how hard it is to recruit here, and I know how easy it would be to recruit there. So my guess is that he would be the guy. But that's just my opinion. But I think they could end up with a better coach and end up in a better place. And I don't know if they'll be better next season, but I think they could be better in 2-3 years if they clean that program up a little bit more and get themselves in a position with somebody who's a real leader, as opposed to what's been in there of it just kind of being everyone for themselves.
Yeah. I'm trying to find Dillingham's comments.
From what I saw, it was basically, I love this place and I will always love this place. But yeah, that was about it.
He didn't say no, I'm not leaving. He didn't say no, I'm not considering the job. He just said, I'm just going to do my best to play for do my best for the players here. Yes. And I love everybody here, and I'm always going to love it here.
Yeah, which is true, but also I want to go win, and you guys do not have the resources for that.
Yeah, and I'm losing Sam Leavitt.
I'm losing Jordan Tyson, and I've already lost Cam Scadaboo.
Yeah.
There was 3 guys who made that team click, and all 3 are gone. We go ahead and move on. Victor, injuries, still has a year of eligibility left, so nothing has been said on him, but he was a junior this year, so he's another year left.
Mm-hmm.
So he could come back.
By the way, according to reports, Drew Mestamaker is considering Oklahoma State and Indiana.
Those are 2 wildly different outcomes this season.
Well, I think the Oklahoma State one's kind of obvious because that's where his head coach is going.
Yeah.
But Indiana is going to be in the market after Fernando Mendoza goes pro. So
I know. I'm just saying that those are wildly different. Of so bad we had to fire the coach that was never going to get fired here, or number 1 team in the country. Feels like they're on different ends of the spectrum right now. All right. Our next overreaction is, we got a text right here. Let's see this text from Longhorn and Levick. He says, not saying they were trying to kick Lefau out, but Texas will keep who they want. Look, I think they do really well with retention. I don't think they were kicking Lefau out. I think they wanted Lefau there. I just don't think they offered him it's like kind of like DJ Lagway. You're like, you're not the guaranteed guy. You're not the next Anthony Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's like I said earlier, he was probably going to get his snaps eaten into by, Elijah Barnes and potentially Tyler Atkinson and, T'Anthony Smith, and they're going to bring a couple transfers in there, and there's no guarantee that he's going to be the starter. So, maybe he'll end up at BYU, because I posted the story about him on Twitter, and I had like 4 BYU people pop in and send BYU memes. So maybe that's where he's going. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the Mormons do heavily recruit into the islands.
They do.
Just saying. They do recruit heavily out there, so would not be the craziest thing in the world. All right, next overreaction, Matt. Notre Dame will be forced to join a conference in the next 5 years.
I sure hope so. I don't know if that's an overreaction or not, but I sure hope so. Because whatever setup they have now is completely unfair.
Okay, I will lead that with a follow-up. What conference would you think Notre Dame joins? Not the one that makes the most sense, but which one do you think they would actually join? As we know, a somewhat crybaby school right now, do they go to the ACC where they have had a relationship and played teams and, kind of continue working with the ACC where they know they can probably run roughshod and control a lot more things? Do they go to the Big Ten where the competition is more dire, but you're going to get a bigger paycheck if you go to the Big Ten, but you also can't run the Big Ten because Ohio State and Michigan and now, Indiana's not powerhouse yet, but they're a really good team, but like a political powerhouse, they're not that. But you do have in USC, like political teams that have power in the Big Ten. Do you go there? Do you play a complete oddball and go, we're going to go to the Big 12 and run the Big 12 because when Texas and Oklahoma left, there's a massive power void. And man, they want a power team like Notre Dame to walk in there and just run the Big 12 as the Notre Dame conference. Or do they go against all of that and the SEC throws some pitch out there to bring in and go, we're the best team, we're the best conference, Notre Dame, come on down to the Southeast. Where do you think they end up?
All right, so I've got 4 possibilities for you. I think the one that makes most sense geographically and recruiting wise and television wise and all of that stuff is the Big Ten.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be too scared to join the Big Ten because they won't be guaranteed a playoff spot every year.
Well, and not only
there's
that,
going to be other teams in there.
They're going to know that they're going to walk in and have to answer to other schools. And I don't think they want that.
I don't think they want that either. So I don't think the Big Ten is going to ultimately end up being it. I think the one that makes the most sense in terms of previous relationships and ability to come in and dominate a conference very quickly is the ACC. That would probably be the one that I put my money on if I had to pick one, because obviously the ACC isn't afraid to reach outside of its geographic, area to bring a conference team in, even though Stanford and Cal are likely going to go back to whatever the Pac-12 ends up becoming or the Pac-2 ends up becoming. The Big 12 also makes sense in that kind of, that kind of thing, because they could come in and instantly be the face of the Big 12 and run the conference.
Yeah.
But here's what I think the most Notre Dame thing ever would be. Okay. I think they would join the Mountain West or the MAC. Because then they could guarantee themselves to be the top ranked group of 5 team every single year and get into the playoff.
I like the pettiness of this pick, Matt. I don't think that would be the case because of the money.
I don't either. But in terms of we don't want to play any hard teams and with this, that,
basically the ACC, the only reason the Big Ten makes sense is because of the money, because there's more money in the Big Ten than there is in the ACC. And the real question is, if Notre Dame does go to a conference, it will be because a TV company, so either Fox or ESPN, ABC, come to Notre Dame and say, here is the plan. We will renegotiate with the entire conference because you are coming in. And we will give them more money to give you more money if you come and leave NBC to come over to our airwaves.
Mm-hmm.
And it would take either, and basically that's the bidding war, is Fox and ABC. The thing is, the Big 12 doesn't have that. So as much as I think they could go in the Big 12, and hell, they go to the Big 12 if NBC wants to and say, you guys, let's buy you out of your contract and put all of the Big 12 on NBC. You're on the CW and all this other stuff, and you're low end on whatever you're in, and we can just put all of you all on NBC with us, and you're all on Peacock now. We could see, that's a possibility. The SEC doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That was more of just, I'm naming off the group of 4 conferences, Power 4 conferences. So I think the ACC and Big Ten are probably your two leaders, and it really comes down to money. At the end of the day, all this really comes down to money. And so if Fox comes in and says, we're going to pay way more money to get Notre Dame in the Big Ten, there's a real chance they go there. I agree. I don't think they want to deal with the power dynamics. I think it'd be a constant fight. But I think they would, I think both of them would be able to make that work. And the ACC could do it, but they just don't make enough money for what Notre Dame wants, because Notre Dame would have to leave NBC and making all that money, that NBC money behind. So they'd have to figure out all the money part of it, but I think those are the two real ones. The Big 12 is just interesting because there are kind of a rudderless ship. And you feel like Notre Dame could walk in there and be like, your savior has arrived.
That's why that one makes so much sense to me. Because they're so.
By the way, do you get my religious thing? I did the touchdown Jesus.
Yeah. That's why it makes so much sense to me, though, is because they feel like they're such front runners and such game changers, and they feel like they're so much better than everybody else that they feel like they could walk into a conference like the Big 12 and just be like, guys, we're in charge. I know it's our first year, but we're in charge. Everything we say goes. And Brett Yormark and the rest of the Big 12 just be like, oh, yes, yes, Notre Dame, yes.
And then the Big 12 will break up over the Fighting Irish Network that they'd be watching.
Here's what's going to be funny is when the Big 12 lets them keep their NBC contract and everybody else has to stay on the same TV contract.
Yeah.
And then it causes more teams to leave the Big 12 and then the Big 12 implodes.
Perfect. All right. How about this one? If Texas Tech loses their first game, they will spend even more money next year to try and make a championship run.
I think they're going to do that anyway.
I don't know. I think there's a chance that if they win, they just go, we won. Like if they win a national title, it feels like they're not going to spend that much anymore.
I think that they're going to do this for as long as they possibly can, and I think it's going to be like a 2 to 3 year window.
Well, because we got to remember, it's one man's choice. There's one guy who's paying for this. So there's one dude who's willing to put up the amount of money that it takes to do it. There's other people that have money that are throwing it in there. But for one guy to be able to make that decision over and over again, let's go get the best guy in the portal. Let's go get the best guy in the portal. Let's go get this guy and just outspend everybody else. That I don't know how long that will last, but I'm curious if they lose in the first round, do they go, well, we made our point? Because also this was also a big point of it was to try and get some legislation passed that he's trying to get done that'll basically make it so people can't do what he's doing because he doesn't want to keep doing this long term. So his goal was to do it until they pass the legislation and basically strong hand them into it. But I'm curious, they lose in the first round. What do they do? Because now you're like, well, you're not strong handing. You're just good in the Big 12. Still not going to be great.
I mean, I think if they make it to a national title and they lose, they're still going to do it.
I do. I'm saying they lose their first game. Like if they go in that first game and just get blown out, it's not even like, I don't even see how they get blown out, but if they play that first game and it just doesn't go and like they lose
Oregon versus Texas Tech, isn't that what it would be?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Oregon just takes them. Yeah, I think it's Oregon Texas Tech would be.
Probably. I think they would do it.
All right. Let's go with this one. If Miami loses on Saturday, the ACC is now the worst Power 4 conference.
I think they already are the worst Power 4 conference.
I don't know. Because, again, we'll say Texas Tech is in the Big 12, but the Big 12 is also not great. And the Big 12 has been kind of the lower conference for a while. But now the ACC is following in because ACC, if Florida State was still up there, it would have been a thing. But, Virginia was okay this year. So is ACC, you're just going there definitely the worst?
Okay, the top 4 teams in the ACC this year, or the top 5 teams, because we're going to include Duke because they won the conference.
Yeah.
Were Miami, Virginia, SMU, Georgia Tech. Miami, Virginia, SMU, Georgia Tech, and Duke. So that's okay. That's okay. That's a 9-3 team, an 8-5 team, a 10-3 team, an 8-4 team, And then you look at the Big 12, and they've got 5 ranked. Their top 5 teams all finished ranked. Texas Tech's 12-1, BYU's 11-2, Utah was 10-2, Houston was 9-3, Arizona was 9-3. I just think that's a better conference.
Yeah.
Like, the ACC needs Florida State and Clemson and Miami all to be good for this to work. And right now, 2 of them are dog water.
That is, I think that's, maybe I missed Clemson being down really, really hurts the ACC. All right. How about this one? This will be the busiest day one of the portals yet.
Absolutely.
Meaning tampering at an all-time high. We will see more as soon as the portal opens, people committing. And within an hour, within 2 hours, people knowing exactly where they're going and committing to a new school will be as much as there's ever been, because tampering is as prevalent as it's ever been.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going to be even close. I think this is going to be the most Wild West transfer portal that we've ever seen, and it's going to kind of kickstart some sort of way to tamper things down and reduce all of this tampering. I don't know how you do it, because there's so many people who do it behind the scenes that aren't necessarily connected to the programs, like high school coaches or agents or whatever.
Yeah. Longhorn Lubbock does have a good point here. Big 12 has half the NFL players that the ACC has. The ACC does provide a lot more NFL talent than the Big 12 does, just as
they do.
A marker of not good teams, but yes, there's more. There may be a lot of talent there in the ACC, because there's
just better coached football teams, I think, in the Big 12. Right?
No, I'm with you. It's always a good point there on the text line. That was a good.
Also,
point.
I just want to point out Warren Sapp's tweet about Texas being fake football.
Yeah,
Texas, the state of Texas has more players in the NFL than any other state in the country.
Of course, because you're talking about Dallas and Houston alone, probably knock out most states.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia's number
Dallas
1.
Probably knocks out
Atlanta is number 1 city. Dallas is number 2. Houston's like 3 or 4. So it's like it goes pretty quick there of the people that have the most cities. But yeah, I think I'm with you. Day one of the portal this year is going to be nuts. I think there may be even people that are just like actively trying not to hide it, for them to be like, you have to stop this tampering. Like we already know who we got. All the deals are already done before the portal opens. Because you guys will not change you guys will continue to live like this is not a big money sport anymore, because you just want to keep getting your cut.
Well, you just look at some of these quarterbacks that have already come out, like Sam Leavitt. Everybody's like, oh, he's going to go to X or Y, and DJ Lagway, oh, he's going to go to Baylor or LSU, and then on and on down the list. It's like they already know where they're going to end up. It's not a secret.
No, it's always like 1 or 2 and where they go, and then there's somebody else who calls them up and they just go, talk to my agent. I don't want to talk to you. They gotta get those phone calls. All right, let's hit a couple here on the NFL side. We'll start with the Eagles have fixed their issues on offense. They had a big game this weekend, Matt. The Eagles did. Look like they were flowing finally. They do beat the Raiders 31-0. Have the Eagles fixed their issues on offense?
No,
that's not a hard one. It isn't. Playing the Raiders doesn't get you there. The same way the Jags. The Jags question in a minute, but the Jags also, their offense is not the most prolific offense of all time, because they beat the Jets by a lot.
Yeah, you're supposed to. Saquon Barkley still averaged 3.5 yards per carry.
Ooh, that's a number I don't like to see. I do like to see it, but I don't. If I was an Eagles fan, I wouldn't. All right, the Micah Parsons injury ruins the Packers' Super Bowl hopes.
Probably. I think they were already kind of on the edge of falling out of contention because they've been so inconsistent. But now your best defensive player is gone. So unfortunately, probably, yeah. I was really rooting for the Packers.
This one does feel like a major setback of somebody that not only was pressuring quarterbacks, getting sacks, and being an elite defender, was drawing double teams on almost every single play. Like he was drawing so much. He was the gravitational pull of Micah Parsons. And now you can play that team so differently offensively. And their offense doesn't feel like it's ready to go. The Matthew Golden addition hasn't really worked out so far this season. I think it's going to get a lot better next season. I still have a lot of faith in Matthew Golden. But I think that, Jordan Love hasn't fully taken over to be the guy game after game. The consistency isn't there offensively that I think they can be led by the offense. I think they kind of had to be led by that defense, and the offense was going to be really good, and that's what made him a Super Bowl threat. All right, how about this one? After a big game on Thursday Night Football, he's had a few big games this season. Kyle Pitts will get a big money contract this offseason. I've seen this going around. Kyle Pitts, 11 receptions for 166 yards and 3 touchdowns against Tampa Bay on Thursday. He's going to spin some of these big games into, man, if we just put him on the right team, Kyle Pitts is finally going to be good.
I think, unfortunately, that's probably going to be the case. And then whoever signs him, or if the Falcons re-sign him to a major deal, they're going to be like, well, shit, we made a mistake.
Well, the Falcons re-sign him. It's definitely like you have to let him go. If he's going to get a big contract, let somebody else go take that chance. And maybe he'd work better on a different team. This Falcons offense has been bad in a lot of ways. I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar. But if you put him on the right team, I think he could do some things well. Used in the right way. But I'm curious to see what his contract is going to be, because depending on what team he's on, it's either going to make a ton of sense or make no sense at all. And I'm probably going to lean toward make no sense at all for what they pay him. All right. It's time to put in Quinn Ewers, Matt. Time to put in Quinn Ewers. Mike McDaniel said after the game, Tua didn't look good. Mike McDaniel said after Monday Night Football, yeah, we don't know. We may, we're not standing by Tua being our quarterback for the rest of the season. We're going to make that decision on Wednesday. So they could be moving on to another quarterback. Is that Zach Wilson? Is that Quinn Ewers? Do they stick with Tua? Is it Quinn Ewers' time in Miami?
I mean, you're already eliminated from the playoffs, right?
Yeah. See what you got.
So why not? Give Quinn a chance. See what you got in him. You can make a trade for Tua to a team that needs a quarterback in the offseason. If Quinn doesn't work out for you, you can draft one.
Yeah. But I think I would kind of prefer he sat out his entire first season. He already hasn't done that. But if you're at the point, if you're going to bench Tua too, if you're deciding it's time to move on from Tua, at least for this season, look for his health and just go, we don't want you to get hurt in the last 3 games. It's silly for you to get hurt now. So we have a lot of money tied up in you. So whether we're trading you or letting you go or doing whatever, if you get hurt, it kind of ruins us for the next year. So we just need you to be healthy at the end of the year. So why don't we sit you down? It makes more sense to me to play Quinn Ewers than it does Zach Wilson. You might want to see what you have in Zach Wilson, but it doesn't feel like there's been any real talk from behind the Miami Dolphins that he's been this reclamation case like a Sam Darnold was, or like Baker Mayfield kind of was, even though Baker never really felt like he was that far off, felt like he was on some bad teams. But or Mac Jones has been this season, where there's some of those reclamation cases. I don't know if it felt like that at all. So if you're not going to say he's the reclamation, then you got to go Quinn, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've already got 4 years of Zach Wilson, 3 with the Jets. And Quinn is kind of an unknown commodity. He's played in 1 NFL game, and he played pretty well when he came in. So maybe you see what you got. If he plays well, then you can potentially move forward with him in the future, or draft another quarterback to come in and compete with him and get some draft capital for Tua. I mean, that's what I would do.
Yeah. Especially if you can get draft capital for Tua at this point, then yeah, you feel pretty good about it. But I don't know if that's going to be possible, but you are also going to have a really high draft pick, and not as high as you thought you were before you started winning some games. But you still have a good draft pick. You can go try and get somebody out of there. There's going to be draft quarterbacks that have potential in this year's draft, but maybe not guys that are getting picked, kind of like a Jackson Dart was or some of these guys are a little bit lower taken. Tyler Shuck has looked decent for New Orleans so far this season. I don't know if he's a long-term answer anywhere because of his age, but he's looked decent there. All right, couple more for you. Liam Cohen has turned the Jags into the best team in the AFC South. They are leading the way right now, 10-4 in the AFC South. They got a 48-20 win over the Jets. This is turned into a very competitive division now, with the Colts trying to hang on with Phillip Rivers, with the Texans playing lights out defense and the offense starting to get a little bit more used to playing football instead of just, you actually had a running get attack a little bit with Jawar Jordan in this last game. But the Jags are holding on to that 10-4. They're holding on to that division lead right now. Dasley and Cohen turned this team around into the best team in the AFC South.
I mean, I guess. I still think the Texans are the better team. The Jags offense is way better.
It is.
I'll say that.
I do agree. I think there is definitely something to be said of, if you were to pick, if most teams were to say, what team would you rather face in the playoffs right now, the Jags or the Texans? I think most of them would say the Jags. We'd rather play the Jags just because the Texans defense is so elite. That the Jags are good at defense and offense, but they're not elite at either one. So, where you could say the Texans, the defense is elite, but the offense hasn't been there. But you're like, but if that offense clicks at all, we're screwed. Because their defense is elite. And where you might be able to fight a battle. I think they're both good teams. But it's a shame they don't get to play. We're playing the Colts last game of the season. It would have been really fun to play the Jags last game of the season. Try and get that, try and get to having a chance to win the division, but we'll see over the next 3 weeks if the Jags get caught up at all. That Colts game is going to be really big.
Here's my thing with the Jags. They've beaten one guaranteed playoff team this year in the Chargers.
Yeah.
The other wins are the Panthers. They also lost to the Bengals. They beat the Texans, the 49ers, the Chiefs, who were eliminated. They lost to the Seahawks and the Rams. They beat the Raiders by 1. Then they lost to the Texans. And then over the last 4 weeks, they've beaten the Cardinals, the Titans, the Colts with the Daniel Jones injury, and the Jets.
Yeah.
So I don't think they're as good as their record says.
No, they got to go on the road to Denver. They have to go on the road to Indy in these next 2 weeks. Hopefully both losses, so the Texans have a pretty easier shot to go up there and win that division. We'll say that they're the best. One last overreaction for you, Matt. The Cowboys need a full rebuild to fix the issues on this team. You can't fix it in an offseason. You got to tear down to build it back up. Is that the way the Cowboys need to go, in your opinion?
Absolutely. And I've been saying that for 5 years.
So full tear down, no CeeDee Lamb, no anyone on this defense, nobody.
I think there's certain players that you keep.
But you're talking about 3 or 4 years, so now you're going to pay those guys. I don't know if there's anybody you keep to pay. I don't know. Like Demo?
Yeah, Demo would be one that you keep. Quinnen Williams is probably one that you keep. Odigizua maybe.
Oh, can you imagine what would happen if Quinnen Williams is like, finally, all right, I'm on a team trying to win some games. Like, hey, Quinnen, we're going to rebuild. Like, no, I just got off the Jets.
But like offensively, I think you keep like Tyler Booker and the center. What's his name? The kid from Kansas State. Cooper Beebe. I'm running out of names, Patrick.
I'm telling you, it doesn't feel like there's a lot left there. I mean, Tyler Smith is somebody that's kind of there, but he's been in and out this season.
Yeah, I'd keep Tyler Smith.
But yeah, it's slim pickings. So we'll see. Jerry Jones did speak to the fans today, Matt. And it does feel that he just believes that it's clearly not their fault. It is on Matt Eberflus starting to get the blame for this. Some of the quotes we saw. Jerry Jones said, "We let their quarterback have a big day on us. That wasn't the plan. We could have used more pressure without
shit.
question at different times. The result was that we let JJ McCarthy make some pretty significant plays out there. Plus, he played pretty well. It seems like we're always saying that about these opposing quarterbacks. Some of them hadn't played as well, but when they play us, they play better. I think that's telling too.
Wow, Jerry, that's some very informative analysis right there. You know what really helps when you're playing against an opposing quarterback who's good? A pass rusher.
They help. Pass rushers do help. It's not you should have you know what you should have drafted one a few years ago. I heard there's this guy Micah Parsons that was in the draft you could have taken. He also would talk about Matt Eberflus when he was asked to take accountability for basically putting in a coordinator who didn't have the players that he would want to have. So taking him out of Eberflus and going, you're a linebackers heavy coach, and we don't have any linebackers. So we're going to put you in there. Also, we're going to trade Micah Parsons away right in front of you. So you don't know, you don't even have the game plan that you thought you were going to have. He says, I'm satisfied that the players we have fit what we're trying to do very well, and that coaches should be able to coach to the players, not to a system.
Sure. I obviously you're wrong. You don't have the players.
No, and I mean, and then also to say, I expect you to just be able to hire a coach, even though we're not even looking. We like the name Eberflus, but we're not going to look at his system versus what our players do. We're not going to trust that. We're going to trust that our players can play in any system and that they can completely change up what they do defensively and their entire idea of what the best defense is to fit what we have, as opposed to the other way around, which is how most successful teams build, is you get the right pieces in there. We don't care about that. We just want to have assortment of players and you figure it out.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it's like taking a golf club into a hockey game.
I think
it's two different. Like you can't just fit a square peg into a round hole.
No,
I don't.
But Jerry Jones thinks he can. And then the other one, which we know this is going to be a big deal in the offseason. At least it's going to be another Cowboys blow up, and how the Cowboys are going to stay in the news during the offseason, I should say, about Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs said after the game that he was healthy. They keep saying he's not healthy. A couple quotes from today. Diggs has a very unique way he contributes to a team. He'll go away from the scheme to make a great play. When he doesn't make that play, you have a bad play.
In other words, he's a bad player because he doesn't do the things that he's supposed to do on the field.
Not very coachable.
He highlight hunts.
And then another piece of why he's been not playing and not activated. He says when he's practicing, he's not convincing the ones that make those decisions. He's not convincing them that he's ready to make those kind of plays.
So he's not practicing hard.
No, saying he can't keep up with anybody. So we don't feel he's healthy because he can't run with anybody. So if he can't run with anybody, then we can't put him out there in the field, which I don't know if that's a health thing as much as it is you paid a guy who doesn't want to work as hard over the offseason and then had a fight with you about it, and now you want to get out of the contract.
He can't keep up with anybody. He hadn't been able to keep up with anybody since he's been healthy. That's what I don't think people understand. Like, yeah, Trayvon Diggs was good at making interceptions for like a year, maybe 2 years. But outside of those plays, he was never one of the top cover corners. He was always getting burned. Always.
Yeah.
Sooner Cowboys, you're saying that every day. Like, I get it. That's what you want. I don't think you want that matchup.
Well,
I don't think you want that.
I don't think he wants Alabama, but
I don't think you want that Kirby Smart defense against John Mateer. I really don't.
No, I don't. All right, Matt, we're going to take our second break real quick. We'll come back. We'll mention the Texas versus Lemoyne Dolphins.
I'll let you handle the majority of that one there, Patrick.
I mean, the Lemoyne Dolphins. We'll mention that. We got 10 minutes left in the show. We got our meathead of the day. We'll get you ready for tonight's big NBA Cup action tonight, too. So we'll get into all that. We come back here in about 2.5 minutes right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we would like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym, wrapping up the show here on a Tuesday afternoon. We do have the Lemoyne Dolphins tonight for Texas. The Moody Center, I feel like it's going to be pretty empty when we watch that on SEC Network Plus is where you're going to get that. It's in the app. It's not even on regular TV. You have to get it in the app. The name that we all know from Lemoyne is Tennessee Rainwater. Is the kid's actual name is Tennessee Rainwater. 7.5 points per game for Tennessee Rainwater.
Probably some Native American heritage in there. Based on my limited knowledge via Yellowstone, the show, one of the main characters was a Native American, and his name was Thomas Rainwater.
It could be. Related. He is from Davenport, Washington.
Yeah.
But yes, Tennessee Rainwater it's just a great name. It's just a solid name for him. This is not a team with a ton of height, so you expect a lot of passes into Voikatitis. That's what you expect to see in this game. Voikatitis has been one of the most fouled players in college basketball this year. I'd expect him to shoot a lot more free throws. I think their tallest player is listed at 6'9", so I expect the ball to go inside early and often. But for Texas, again, this is a warm-up game. Just play good defense for 40 minutes. If you can do that, Sean Miller will be happy. We will be happier. You'll win by 30 points if you play defense for 40 minutes. But if you just get lazier in your assignments because you get up by 10, 15, then this is going to be an annoying game for you, and you guys are going to get yelled at even more after the game. So you want to see them step up to the plate in this one and handle what they need to handle against Lemoyne. Yet another team from up in the Northeast. It feels like Sean Miller has brought some of these teams for this week, for this for this season, Matt, because Lemoyne, another New York team up from that area.
Sean Miller country.
He's been bringing these teams in. So we see that one tonight. And, of course, big one, Matt, the NBA Cup Finals, maybe the biggest game of the season.
Could be.
The Knicks are 2.5-point favorites. Spurs are healthy for this game. That's at 7:30 over on Prime Video. But no, look, it for the Spurs to even be in this game is a lot of fun for a team who hasn't won a ton recently. A lot of top picks. This is kind of a super team of young guys now of top picks with Dylan Harper and Steph Castle and Wemby. And then you add in a De'Aaron Fox to that. Harrison Barnes has been shooting the ball really well for the Spurs so far this season. Luke Cornett's been playing well as an addition. They're starting to get things figured out a little bit more versus a Knicks team with a lot of talent, like a lot of talent on that team with Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, of course, and OJ Anunoby and Mikhail Robinson. Like, there are just so many good players on that team. So this is going to be a big test for the Spurs to see if they can play good team defense and if they're going to be able to hang in this game. Victor Wembanyama is going to have a big one. If he can stay in there, he's probably still on somewhat of a minutes restriction. But this is one of those games that for Knicks, they are looking for an NBA championship. And the Spurs won an NBA championship too. But this feels like a big step into winning some big games, putting yourself in those moments that you just haven't been in because you haven't even been a playoff team yet with Victor Wembanyama. So this feels like you get a little bit more of that atmosphere, a little bit more of that big game feel that the Spurs have not really ever played in. So it's good experience. So let's say that after the huge win over OKC, giving them only their second loss. But that's the game you'll see tonight in the NBA Cup. Let's get to our meathead of the day, Matt. First of all, we already talked about Warren Sapp, who is really your winner of meathead of the day for Texas football is fake. Just really missing the mark on that one when you're recruiting the players you're talking about, that you're recruiting heavily in Texas. Like, Texas football is so fake that the SEC wanted to get a foothold in there. The SEC so fake that the ACC brought in SMU. So fake that Colorado went back to the Big 12 because they want to get some of that foothold in Texas as well. You want to get some of those players. I get it. Just a weird statement. A weird statement there from him. But that is not what meathead we saw. Our meathead comes from the Chicago Bears game where someone caught this great video of a man who's trying to get a meal at a Bears game, Matt. That, if you can't see, is a man fully bundled up at a below freezing Bears game with goggles on, beanie, big jacket, and everything else, with a Ziploc bag of spaghetti. And he is eating the spaghetti out of a Ziploc bag. Very much a la Charlie Kelly from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. But thing to note, if you are in below freezing weather, your spaghetti does not stay warm in a Ziploc bag. That is not a bag that stays warm. That has got to be freezing cold spaghetti.
Well, I think that if you can't afford football food from the concession stand, then you probably shouldn't be paying a premium price to go to a football game.
Well, I mean, look, I think
like a hot dog, it's $5.
Well, it's gonna be a cold dog though.
Better than cold spaghetti, Patrick.
So you're not a fan of cold spaghetti at the football game?
I'm not a fan of any food that you're eating out of a plastic bag at a sporting game.
You've not. But what about just at a movie theater?
That would be even worse. I would report that guy to the box office. Like this guy's eating spaghetti and meat sauce next to me while I'm watching the Avengers.
What
Get him out
about
of here.
What about at a sauna?
I would probably leave.
That is from Always Sunny, where Charlie is just consistently busting out a Ziploc bag of spaghetti in places where he should not be doing it, and they're wondering where he's getting it from.
We were looking at places to go to brunch in a town called Katy, which is about 45 minutes from where I live. And we saw one restaurant, and the first picture for the food in that restaurant was a plastic bag full of spaghetti.
It's an Always Sunny joke. It's an Always Sunny joke
Like,
for sure.
happening here?
It is an Always Sunny in Philadelphia joke for sure. But yeah, no, I've snuck in alcohol to many places. I don't think I've ever snuck in a meal to any places I've been.
Snuck in plenty of booze to Ole Miss games.
Yeah.
Copious amounts, in fact.
He says spent $20 on food, $125 on booze. That's priorities right there. I like it.
We used to, when I was in college, we would go to the student entrance to the stadium, and there would be people literally throwing like big handles of vodka and whiskey over the fence, and then they'd go, scan their ticket, go just like literally around the corner, like maybe 20 feet, and pick up a giant bottle of like Jack Daniels and just walk to it with their seats.
Oh yeah, that was always I loved at Texas games when you would walk out of Texas and you'd be going down the ramps and there would just be empty bottles all down the ramps. Everyone like,
Yeah.
I'm going with that now. You get that. Chan, on the text line before we leave, I would say less than 5 assists. This is not a team that gets a lot of assists. It's not how their offense is running right now. I would not put the Jordan Pope will have over 5 assists. That's just not how that offense is running. He could have some points. Also, their smallest player is listed at 6 foot. Not great for Jordan Pope. But we'll see. I have not watched Lemoyne play. I'll admit I've not watched Lemoyne play this season. All right, we gotta get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow to talk about after I have watched Lemoyne play basketball tonight. We will talk more about that, more about the transfer portal, all the big things. The playoffs are coming up as well this weekend. We'll get into all that and much, much more. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open.